is from that place.
Hey, Bridget.
Hey.
Hello. Hi.
I
feel like saying good
Women
morning.
world.
Even though it's not.
That's what I walked in. That's what I felt like too.
I said good morning too.
You can do that.
It's okay.
Maybe it's just because we're like happy to see you. Bring in it's like that. Lots of my first instinct when I walk in the door is.
Got the gal.
Yes, well,
Instrument.
that's fine. So, good evening. We are again. Okay, so it is 6 o'clock and now we are opening our meeting. I see that we have 4 members online, 4 members in person, 1 online, so we are ready to start. With that, I want to start by acknowledging our translators and reminding everybody that this meeting is being recorded and that is also online, so that please the translator give the instructions to the people.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Zoom interpretation feature will be used in this meeting for English and Spanish support. All participants on this call must select their language of preference by clicking the language when the host turns on the interpretation feature. This is found in the world icon located on your feature panel, and interpretation for this meeting will be conducted simultaneously. Thank you for your attention and collaboration. Buenas noches a todos. Se utilizará la función de interpretación de Zoom para soporte en inglés y español. Todos los participantes de esta llamada deben seleccionar su idioma de preferencia haciendo clic en el idioma correspondiente cuando el anfitrión active la función de interpretación. Dicha función se encuentra en el panel de herramientas en el icono del globo terráqueo. El modo de interpretación para esta reunión será el simultáneo. Gracias por su atención y colaboración.
Perfect, thank you. So now please, oh, sorry. No, he's also in Spanish, okay. So with that, please join me on the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, and now we're gonna have our brief acknowledgement of land and life. San School District is located on the ancestral and unceded land of the Oquiva Ognon tribe, who have peacefully honored and cared for this land for thousands of years. We recognize that every member of the San community continues to benefit from the use and occupation of this land. We acknowledge our responsibility to learn from the wisdom of the Ohlone people and to consider how we might work to repair injustices and to move forward together in honorable ways. With that, we move to the approval of the agenda as it is. So right now, perfect. The board wants to, okay, is there any comment, I think, from the community about approving the agenda? No, with none, then we move. Board, is there a motion in approving the agenda as it is right now?
I move approval of the agenda as listed.
A second.
Okay, all the votes, if you are okay with this, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, with that, the agenda passes as it is. And with that, we move to item 3 of tonight's study session, which is an update of our strategic plan. And for that, we have our wonderful guest, Mr. Mutu Fatbagi.
Very well done. That was very well done. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Nice to be back. I want to begin by thanking you all again for the chance for my team and I to assist you in putting your strategic plan together. It's going very well, and we're approaching the deadline. The final approval is scheduled for May 9th, I believe, and I think that's a mid-April check-in with the board. But it's going really well. We have 2 additional meetings, which I'll touch on in a few moments. What I'd like to do this evening, it could be a very short meeting, will be to update you on the draft plan, but begin by just reminding everyone of the context. You can see it on the screen. Let's see. This is so fancy. How do I advance? Okay, will it work now? Okay, great. Great. Thank you. So we've come quite far. You may recall that one of the core principles of our approach to planning is that planning is about getting all of us on the same page, going in the same direction. And one of the ways we do that is by embracing the diverse voices of the communities of interest in Sunnyvale. I think we've had about 24, 25 community engagements. The most recent one was just this afternoon with district staff. And we have about 4 more before we hit the early May date for formal board approval. It's evolving fast. In fact, the draft of the 4-page draft that you have, which we sent out on Friday, has changed twice between last Friday and now. Because as each new group gets a chance to vet it, we keep adjusting it. And that's where it's going to remain until the final version comes to you in early May.
Excuse me, do we have one more working session with the board or no?
I think we do.
Yeah,
I thought we
April
had one
25th.
more.
April,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, and that's 2 hours. It's a good.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you
Thanks.
got one more. This is the graphic organizer of the finished product. Think of it as 3 main sets of recommendations. In what we call circle number 1, it's all about students, our values, our promise, our goals, our measures, all of those things that relate directly or most directly to outcomes of students. So that's circle number 1. Circle number 2, it's about the strongest driver of student learning, and that is instruction. And that's work that we've been doing on the side, so to speak, with the teaching and learning folks at the district. In fact, we met this afternoon just before this meeting. And then circle number 3 is the infrastructure or the key strategies. We call them signature strategies that we can implement, that we must implement to achieve the goals. Let's see. So let's take a quick walk through. I think this was sent out earlier to all board members, I presume.
They have, I don't know if they have, do you have hard copies or just soft copies? Just soft copies.
You mean on
This-
email
this-
today?
No. It was sent on
In the packet.
Friday. Yeah, it's in the packet. I think should have gone out on Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But the
Wait, sorry, so we were given one, we got one in the packet
That's
that's
the one.
online.
That's the one.
And then we got one that was,
Oh, you
we
got
got
one.
another one that said this is
Okay.
revised.
March 11th, on Monday.
correct.
This looks super
From
neat, that one, it has a
And then-
picture.
And then this then you go back to, and this one is different, as you can tell from the cover page. It's part of the successive iterative process. I will point out what's different between what's on the screen and what you have in a few moments.
Was it from microphone?
If you look on, you attached it to the board
March.
agenda, didn't you,
It's
Jesus?
March 11th updated, it's
Yeah,
called,
so it's in
it's from
it's in the
Jesus.
agenda packet.
This one's in the agenda packet, and we also have one.
So if you
In
have
our
the agenda
email.
open, it's the
We had a
attachment.
newer one.
If you have the agenda open online, you have the
Yes.
newest one.
Okay.
Do you have the version with the musicians on the cover?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, you're up to date then.
Okay, perfect.
Awesome.
That's great. Okay, it's evolved some, we sort of diversified the pictures on the cover page a little bit. But more consequentially, the difference between what you probably received on Friday and what you have in front of you goes back to some really strong feedback, strong positive feedback from parents of special ed students. It was the most highly attended of all the community forums and family meetings. We had about almost 40 people at the first one and about 14, 16 people at the second one just a few weeks ago. And during the discussion, they were initially concerned that these qualities and attributes wouldn't work for special ed students. But the more we talked about it, the more they felt like, yes, it would. That, I want my special ed student to be a resilient learner, to be a critical thinker, to be responsible, and so on. We did give them the opportunity, though, to think through how the attributes, the bullets under each one of those 4 big buckets, how they could be different for special ed students. And they came up with their own set, not entirely 100% change, but a few areas where they felt that we need to make adjustments. So we have pivoted though from thinking about portrait version just for special ed students to integrating those ideas that they want and having them as part of the one for all students. Because after all, first preference as a school system is to have all students be included in the regular programs. Let me point out a few areas that they highlighted. Under quality number 1, critical thinker and effective communicator, the first bullet, the last 3 words, other modalities, came from them, and this is an attempt to accommodate what they recommended. So, critical thinker column, bullet number 1. Okay. Under the second one, resilient learner, the last bullet came strictly from the special ed group. And then the more we looked at it, we said it makes sense for all students also. They were the first ones to bring that up, to raise that as an attribute. Under healthy mind and body, the multiple modalities phrase in the second bullet also came from them. And under effective collaborator, the 4th column, the second bullet from the bottom, responds appropriately to personal and social cues. That was a big deal for them, but the more we talked about it, it makes sense for all students. So we ended up, again, with one document. What we recommend is that we actually, because they all haven't seen this version compiled, that we'll send this out to them and just get feedback from the community. It was very well attended. The meetings with the special ed group was very, very well attended. I'm going to pause. Any questions, comments? Yes, please.
I would like this to be printed in black instead of gray in the future.
Which one?
The everything under the blue in the little boxes, it's kind of harder to
Oh, I see.
read.
You mean the bullets?
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
But thank you. That's zooming in.
I can relate.
Mhm.
Other comments?
I think that feedback's really important, and I'm glad that you were able to receive that and they were able to provide that feedback. It's I think easy for us as people of neurotypical privilege to overlook those other modalities, and that I'm glad that we're including this within our
Thank you.
goals.
They were a really enthusiastic group. They did really, really good work. And they showed up 3 times.
Good.
Other comments? Okay. On page 2, no substantive changes. Page 2 is about the 4 goals we want for students and the indicators of progress towards those goals. There's a couple of suggestions in an email from the board that we can incorporate, but again, no major changes that we want to highlight.
Can you move on to page 2?
Oh, yes, thank you. That one looks like page 20. Oh, I'm sorry, can I have the 4-pager, please? Okay, thank you.
There.
Yes. Okay, so page 2 again is about the goals and measures. No major changes since the last revision. Page 3.
So for page 2,
So,
just page 2.
Yes.
Nancy, did you have a question about page 2?
yeah, I did have I'm trying to see, I have to toggle off of my other one because page 2 isn't centered in on this. I think, I'm wondering more about the measure for student engagement, the 3rd bullet. When talking about student leadership across all groups.
I'm sorry, which goal are you referring to?
Excuse me here.
3C.
Yeah, 3C.
Okay, please go ahead.
So how are we going to be measuring that?
That,
or what?
Go ahead.
It's just making sure I understand what it is that we're looking for. Are we looking for diversity? Are we looking for numbers? That
Yes, so go ahead, Bridget.
so Nancy, I think this is from the day, I think there was a governance team day that you weren't at maybe.
right.
And this is from that, and we were talking about equity, a representation across student groups. So like if you were looking at whether it's student council or whether it's, what do they call the CMS one? The, like the web kids or all the, the different kinds of groups that are student leadership, clubs and things, like just that we would see that there would be representation, of, all students would be represented as participating in student leadership of some sort.
Okay, that's what I thought, but it wasn't clear to me if we were looking at more equity rather than a number function, because or whether we were looking at.
Yeah, I think I know what you're saying, like student groups, do we mean different diverse groups, or do we mean student council and web? Like that, those are two different groups too. So I think it's the first.
It's the former.
It's the first one,
Yeah,
but I'm
first
just saying there's different kinds of student groups.
Right.
So like we're hoping, I think that a lot of the across student groups language was like, it's not just like we have
Yeah.
kids participating in leadership and they're all just
Okay.
affluent, hold your, whatever it is.
Right, yeah, as long as we're making sure that we're inviting additional opportunities rather than looking at the traditional limited opportunities that all kids are competing with when it comes to leadership.
Thank you. Bridget, you have a comment?
No, I just was gonna say, I can save my comments for after. I don't have any clarifying questions.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, great. Thank you.
Before you go on, I just wanted to say, with regards to the student groups, it is the diversity around it. There's currently what we have, what we should have, what we need to have that might be missing. So it's
Yeah.
looking across the span. Just wanted to clarify that.
Will it be helpful to put the word diverse before groups and before students? Across diverse student groups.
So my comment for that whole area, that whole section is just how the language needs to be
Mhm.
gelled up.
Okay.
Is that kind of what you sent in, some of those comments?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and one of those comments was like, I don't know what the answer is, but I just feel like
Yeah.
it just needs to be, there needs to be a little more oomph for description in them, like just
Yeah.
zhuzh them up.
Yeah, we will. And we'll bring it
Or
back.
the
We'll
fancy
bring it
word
back.
too.
I've never heard that word spoken out loud before.
Oh, I'm
How
Polish.
do you say it?
Zhuzh, yeah.
Sorry. Go.
That's from.
Okay, anything else on page 2? We good? Okay, page 3 will be, this one is focused on the most compelling things we can do to advance each one of the goals on the previous page. And I'm gonna open it up to your feedback and comments.
I think right now we're just doing clarifying questions, because we have to have public comment and then I'm sure we all have stuff. we wanna say.
Okay,
Well, during study session, I think we can.
Oh, we can?
Yeah.
Oh, then I get comments then. So, okay.
Don't be shy,
Go ahead,
Bridget.
go ahead.
Okay, no, I like study sessions, I forgot that. Okay, so, my thought on this one is that, I'm having assessments as a separate thing. I really think that assessments of student progress, I feel like that's part of the other two things in that group. Right, like I feel like that's part of our way that we're educating best practices, and I feel like that's part of our data informed collaboration, because you can't do any of that without assessments and like regular assessments. And I don't feel a lot of joy around assessments personally, so I just feel like assessments, maybe having 3 things in that one and then like 1 thing in goal 3
Yeah.
doesn't make as much sense to me. And then my other question is like, you know, this page, okay, this is like my favorite page of the book, in part because this is like what I think
That's-
parents would look at as signature strategies, like, hey, my kid goes to this district, this is what they're gonna see.
Yeah.
Right? And so I feel like, I don't know that they're gonna see student-led conferences, like maybe that's aspirational, maybe that's one day. And I'm not trying to say, like, I know everybody's doing a lot of work, but when I think about like students demonstrate responsibility for learning, like I think of the things like if you walk into any classroom, like I would expect to see, like overboard says measures like student engagement and setting and monitoring personal goals, like maybe that's something we could see kindergarten through 8th grade.
Yeah.
Or TK through 8th grade, is that like our little peanuts are making goals and they're checking in on themselves and they're learning how to do it in their little tiny people, and then when they're getting ready for high school, they're still doing it.
Yeah.
You know, and so like when I think of signature strategies, that, or maybe like another one I was thinking of, my other feedback is goal 2,
Mhm.
in school intervention and enrichment. Honestly, I just see a lot of intervention. I don't really see a ton of enrichment. It's like small tier 2 instruction, subject focused teachers and instructional blocks, extended day formalized tutoring, like that's all. An extended day, I don't know if that really counts as in class, but still it's like on site. It's like an extended day thing.
Yeah.
But I really don't see the enrichment in there, and like that's where like the front cover page has kids playing music. We have STEAM at every school. We send every 5th grader to science camp. Like we have things that are very enriching that are signature strategies
Yeah.
that I think should be included there. Because if I were a parent, I'd want to go, yeah, my kid's going to science camp, 5th grade.
Yeah.
You know, so that's kind of my feedback for this.
Okay.
Is that I don't like assessment, and I just had a question about
And that's in 2C, the one about academic enrichment that you are pointing out?
it's on the
2C,
3rd
goal
page.
2.
It's not C, it's like 2.
Goal 2, the first
Goal
2.
2,
The
it
blue
says
one.
in school, what we're gonna see is a signature strategy, and then it lists a whole bunch of
So Bridget,
awesome.
for that area, you're saying like on the such as's, you want to include some of the enrichment such as's, not
Yeah,
just
but-
intervention. That's what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah, we should have some.
Right, there's no,
enrichment.
it's not necessarily enrichment beyond core curriculum.
Well, it says over here, student participation in academic enrichment and intervention programs. So, but then as we're talking about equity in an equitable way,
No,
so
the other
everybody
page.
has treatment.
Not that page.
Oh, okay,
It's very, you're gonna very, yeah. That one.
Answer.
okay.
So like it says in school, page 3, in school intervention and enrichment, and then it just lists intervention.
Yeah.
There should be some enrichment.
I think we can fix that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a hard.
What did you say about assessment? I see that we keep talking all the time about data-driven teaching, and everything is about data now, and all the principles have sort of where everybody's going, what are the goals, everything is about numbers and data, and I think that's assessment, but data may move towards something else that is not a particular assessment, or it's not a standardized assessment thing, it can be anything, I suppose. So maybe that's a good option for, I don't know, instead of saying the assessment is data driven.
Well, I just don't know that we need a whole thing that's our signature strategies that we assess everybody like crazy. Like I don't know, I mean, it's a tool that we use to align our instructional, well, to, you know, it's one of our instructional best practices, but I don't know, like,
I don't think it's one of the most important measures to know where a kid's at, to how to improve them.
Well, I think, isn't that I feel like that's in instruction. I feel like that's an instructional practice, and I feel like if you say like, I mean, who is this facing, right? If this is facing parents and we're gonna be like, yeah, we're gonna assess your kids, like, I don't know, I feel like.
It is obvious. You're obviously gonna assess them, so it's not
So-
a-
I don't know if it's page worthy
Okay, yeah.
Like I mean,
Our
I
strategy,
count my
yeah.
cookies carefully and I feel, I don't know that this, I would give this one, I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like this could be rolled into the other stuff somehow.
We can do that.
That's my feedback. You guys
Yeah, I see.
take it to the teams.
Instead of that, calling the.
But
we
the team
could
of
say that-
teachers this afternoon actually wanted, they made a case for it.
To have assessment?
Yeah, just the whole
Those principles.
principles,
Yeah.
mostly.
Right.
I wouldn't want to pull it out without a further discussion, I don't think.
No, I know, I'm
Yeah.
just,
And that's what I think, because what we're doing, well, is definitely we're assessing them for that, but it's working out the data that we get from those assessments and then changing the teaching depending on where the kids are at each stage. So it's more, it would be more important to say that we are into the science of teaching or the data driven something instead of
There's
we are
data
Can I
informed.
inform?
That's the professional collaboration. I feel like, yeah, maybe this is another one of those.
yes,
It does say data informed, but that's with the clause of professional collaboration. So maybe that's something that, again, the language could be tightened up. So are you saying you want the data informed piece to be part of the instructional best practices, maybe, like just like condense those three into something a little bit tighter?
what I'm saying is in data informed professional collaboration, yes, it's talking about a culture of continuous improvement through consistent staff engagement and collaborative cycles of inquiry, i.e. data cycles that include 6 to 12-week instructional planning and data summit at the end of each assessment cycle. Like there's a lot of assessment in that already. So I don't know why we need a whole nother thing about saying we're also going to assess student progress. It's one of our keynote things.
So you're almost saying like combine 2 and 3 together.
They're really
I
close.
have a different,
Yeah.
hi,
Catching that you're saying.
That's
Wait,
what
can
I'm saying, I'm not saying get rid of it, I'm saying,
yeah, Nancy wants to say something.
Go ahead.
hi. I have a different perspective about what assessment is. You're thinking of tests. Assessment is observation. Assessment is broader than just testing. And that's why I think it's important to talk about assessment in a broader context. If you're just thinking about a data point on a test, that's very limiting. But assessments, we do a lot of things that are not strictly testing.
I understand that, Nancy, I know what formative assessments are, I understand what you're saying. But that's not what I mean. I don't think that it reads that way in its current form.
Yeah.
And that's my feedback and they can,
Yeah.
Okay.
you know.
This is a public facing document and I'm sort of holding back because a lot really depends on how people will respond to it. So if people are gonna see assessments and think of state tests, then I'll say don't have it. Don't put it in there. Embed the idea or the intent of assessment in the first one or the second one. It all really depends on what will attract people to the document. And it can stay in if you feel most of your folks will be attracted to that. We can take it out as a major heading, but with the definition, we can walk into one of the other two statements.
But this
That's
is
really your
Silicon
call.
Valley, I think data driven is a more attractive word in the area. But other than that, it's 4 times in that document, so it's quite important. But then climate or environment is only 1. And then we don't have the word reading, math, or science anywhere. I don't know if that's important, but I just wanted to point it out that,
That's important. We can work that in on page 2, actually.
okay.
Yeah, on the goals and measures.
Or STEM either.
STEAM.
STEM and
Yeah.
STEAM, both, none of them are there, yeah,
Yeah, those can go on, rather than making them implicit on page 2, we make them explicit.
okay.
You know, part of the challenge too is about grain size. I want to go back to your examples, Bridget. This page 3 is not what I will see when I go into the classroom. That's the next level down. So take the portrait of the graduate or of the learner.
Yeah.
Now we'll take what's on page 1 and I will say between K2, what will I see if that's happening for my kid? then 3 to 5, and then 6 to 8. So that next level of detail, it won't be in your 4-page document, all right? It's a little bit finer grade size.
Sure, but I just mean like, these are things that like, if you were trying to say to parents and families, like, if we only have one signature strategy for
Responsibility
for students demonstrating responsibility for learning, and that doesn't really exist yet. I mean, it exists in some grade levels at some schools, like,
Yeah, the principals kind of said the same thing this afternoon,
Yeah.
or something similar. Yeah.
So I'm guessing that we have other things that could go
Oh,
there,
okay.
hopefully, or maybe that's a work in progress, like maybe we're developing it, you know?
Well, this is the aspirational document. If we're gonna go there, we should work it into the document.
Okay.
So I want to clear about some takeaways. One thing I'm hearing is that it'll be nice to have 2 strategies per goal. All right, so that's one. The budding consensus is to not overplay assessments. Okay, that's and then the third idea is on the enrichment piece to really build that out. Okay.
Okay.
We good?
I would say on the assessment piece though, I would, like, it's as tricky as people were talking and then as you shared too, right? I was thinking about, it's tricky because this is a public facing document, right? And so, but there are lots of different groups, right? That, right? Like, yes, there's the parent piece. And so if I'm just thinking about parent piece, I totally agree with what Bridget's saying about that space, right? But if we're thinking about this is a document that all of our staff is going to use, and if our principals and instructional leads are saying that should be in there, then I would support it being in there because if it's gonna help drive our classrooms, which is the most important space. So that's where I'm a little bit torn on taking that out. I would be dependent on how principals and instructional staff, if they feel like it's important to be in there, then I would say let's put it in there.
But
So-
my challenge is with that is that I don't think we should, because the way it's just standing alone there, assessments of student progress, it sounds like we're assessing for assessment's sake. And I feel like I'm totally cool, I love formative assessments, I love more formal assessments, I love data informed conversations and differentiation. So I appreciate that. I just don't wanna say, like, even to someone, come and work in our district and you're gonna be doing assessments and assessing all the time. So yes, you can see it very positively, but if it just stands as assessments for assessment's sake, I don't think it's as necessary. But it still should be there, like it's part of what we do, and that's how we drive differentiation.
And that's why I say that it's not assessment for assessment, is because we're gonna do something with that. And that's the difference between the term informed, the data-driven, whatever we do,
Yeah.
because it's we're using it to improve the teaching, specialized for each child, everything is personalized for each child.
Yeah.
So it's different to just have tons of assessment, it's like, we're using this for something.
I just want, I'm sorry, Nancy, I just wanted to add, like, I definitely hear like not leading with the assessment, because I think that's what I hear you saying, Bridget, so I wanted to honor and respect that, but also at the same time, being sure of what our obligation and the necessity is to know who each and every one of our students are, and be sure we're targeting what they need, but also the enrichment opportunities for our students. So I think we want to maintain that concept, but not lead with assessment just because it could be a positive perception by some and a negative by others. And so let's not be in either bucket. Let's try to find terminology that allows it to be positive to whoever the reader is. I think that's what I heard.
No, I'm not talking about, okay, so I see what you're saying on page, are you talking about on page 2?
2, assessments of student progress.
Page
Yeah, and
3.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about on page
3.
Page three.
Oh, no, page 3 is what I'm speaking of. That is page 2, front page, second page, third page.
So the green section of goal 4.
Yes, correct.
So page,
Goal 4, item 2.
yeah, so we're on page 2 where it's talking about mastery of core content areas. Wherever you wanna put assessments, this is totally fine with me. It's a big part of what we do and how we're getting there. I'm saying that on goal 4, I'm not sure we need 3 bullet points because I feel like assessments are part of a bigger picture, whether it's trying to deliver like, you know, the term tailored instruction, right, that we're always talking about, or improve our teaching, informing our teaching, continuously improve. I don't think it needs its own line there because I feel like it's assessments of student progress like on its own, like it doesn't mean as much to me as when it's already in the other things. And you know, if we looked at like how Space on the Page is going, it's 2 signature strategies for goal 1, 2 for goal 2, 1 for goal 3, and then 3 for goal 4. And when I read assessment, I see it as already being in the other 2 as its own thing.
I see.
That's
I have a request for something for goal 2. I'm not sure goal 2.
We're on page 3, right?
Yeah, the blue section. I'm not sure I think that intervention and enrichment should be married like that, like in one bullet point. I feel like it would be beneficial to flesh out the enrichment portion more and to lean into that enrichment piece, that specifically that equitable opportunities for growth enrichment piece, and as a district to commit to #SparkJoy and with that enrichment for the kids. So both are important, but I don't quite see why they're one thing.
Okay, so we should have an extra point there, one for intervention and one for enrichment.
That's my thought.
That makes
We're
sense.
going
Yeah,
away from
because-
twos.
Yeah, we are going away from twos, so.
why not?
Yeah, it makes sense because one is about, you know, the happy thing you do on top, the cherry on the top, and the other one is the need to catch up and get there.
But I also feel like we're talking about in-school things, right? So we're talking about how teachers and staff and principals and programming can weave it into the school day, right? So it's seamless, like whether it's FAME, whether it's working in the garden, whether it's a project-based learning thing, whether it's science day, like there's a lot going on that we're doing that, you know, theater, arts and things, like, so there's things that are happening during the school day, that it's not like, it is teaching language arts, it is, I think we had Mike and I had a conversation, we were talking about like, well, a few years ago when we said every middle schooler should have an elective, right?
Yeah.
Like even if you're an English learner, a long-term English learner. And the whole pushback even then was, well, if you're a long-term English learner, maybe you should just be learning English for that extra hour every day. But it's like every class that you're in, if you're taking theater, if you're doing art, whatever, if you're surrounded by language. It's not English as a foreign language. We're here, right? It's a different system. So anyway, I fully support elaborating more on the enrichment. And Eileen, I also heard you, I didn't see any enrichment in that bullet point at all, so that's what I reacted to, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, would you be okay with a few more signature strategies?
Huh?
Would you be okay with a few more signature strategies?
Yeah, adding one more in goal 2, that's what you mean?
Yeah, more than 8,
More than
1,
and so it's part of the trade-off.
5, 6.
I hear you,
Yeah.
let me work on it,
Okay.
we'll work on
Makes
it.
sense.
So I have one more point,
Sure.
with regards to assessment. Instead of saying multiple assessment, it's more multiple pathways. Because we're talking about different ways of doing it.
Where are you?
So on goal 4, assessment of student progress, authentic, age-appropriate, multiple pathways to monitor student progress. So that takes it out of just the testing, traditional testing kind of modality that you were concerned about.
Just a word you could use.
So instead of multiple assessments, it's multiple pathways.
But your case is still to not call it out.
Well, no, you could just move the whole sentence to either the first one or
Or
the
the
third
third
one. It doesn't, I don't think it needs to be its own big bullet point.
Okay.
That's just,
Yeah, And then if we're ready to move forward to the core values.
Yeah. That's the back page.
Yes, I mean, I think it's very nice, and we talk about this, we took out things like imagination and things about, because I thought.
Can you
Now,
advance,
when you bring sorry, what?
can you advance the, thank you.
Slide.
Okay. It's also in your Simply app, you have it there, in the agenda. So it's, if we get it, yes, I like it, but, well, one of the things about the imagination when we had it before was, that part about engineering and
Mhm.
building things and being an artist too. But I think, all our core values other than joy, first I thought that joy, we talk about joy in the joy of learning and life learning. I know we have somewhere else that lifelong learning thing, which is important, but it's like joy to be there at school and learning and always, and learning and teaching. Instead of joy on our life experiences. Then most of them, we have, except for excellence, courage, justice, compassion, that I think they could be, instead of 3 things, maybe 2 somehow, and put more about academics and excellence and being amazing at school.
For our core values?
Well, I like, okay, so we got rid of love, apparently like a while ago, apparently, so because love could be weird. So we're into joy, so that's great. But instead of like an either or, like I would like it if we could add on to joy, joy and compassion, like they don't have a lot written around them right now.
And grace and excellence maybe should lead the rest of them, and then compassion and justice maybe together, I don't know.
My unpublished packet comment, unshared packet comment was, I think we should put imagination back in. I would like to see imagination back in. And I think joy, we should also have something in there about the joy of learning.
Yeah.
Loving coming to school, being welcome and just.
And then the teachers
Excited.
loving teaching the kids, so
Yeah, the
learning
teachers-
and teaching.
That's good.
Okay, so everyone okay with the imagination as a sixth idea?
I love the part about imagination, it has.
Okay, how about love?
To do with art.
I think love got the big bummer. Sorry.
What's love got to do with it, right?
There we go.
Love has everything to do with it, but it just could be weird.
I'm with you,
so-
Bridget, yeah, I think so.
All you
we're
need
getting
is
voted
love.
out.
All you need is love. That could be just step 1.
All you need is
That's
love.
right. Our core values, figure it out.
I love the picture on this thing. I
Me
think
too.
it's so-
It's a good photo.
Yeah.
That's Vargas, right?
It caused a little problem with the principal group, because then every
Everybody wants
school
it.
wants a rainbow hallway now. So.
As they should.
Yeah, it should, but that's why the grants.
Nurturing environment, goal number one.
When he was here.
So we can get rid of our section, he's not here.
Yeah, I was told that the person before Grant is why not, anyway.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes, it's his fault.
Rainbows.
Just wave at everything on someone who's not here.
No, I think it's great, and I
Thank
really
you.
love it. I would just really love to get imagination back in the picture.
I think that's an easy fix, it's a powerful idea.
Yeah.
And we'll see if we can work love back into, let's see what we can do.
Maybe inside joy.
I don't think
love
we
of
need,
I don't think we don't need love.
yeah, and I think having too many, right, when you have too many things, they're not your core values.
Can
Yeah.
they be, can we put a love of learning into joy?
Yeah,
Oh, that's good.
That's where I think it's going.
into joy, we can put love of learning and teaching, because
Love of
they're
teaching
also
and
part. And then the kids learn to teach somebody else too. The teachers
That's a good
learn
idea.
Everybody and learning to, before the teachers also learn, the kids learn, the
Students.
teachers.
So, so,
Maybe like finding love in teaching and learning or something.
Yeah,
and then with compassion, I heard talking about welcoming.
Find it.
Say that again, Nancy?
With compassion, I heard us talk about creating a welcoming environment.
Was that in compassion or was that joy?
Compassion
I think
means
you're
care
talking
for
about
one
joy
another,
coming to school.
It's also under justice.
considering each other
You already
perspective
have
and
it there a little
attention.
bit,
Yeah.
inclusive.
No, but I think that, so like I was looking through our board handbook, because I'm like, I know we had love somewhere and it's now missing, right? So I remember we had a lot of discussion around welcoming, like creating belonging.
Correct.
And so a sense of belonging, I think belongs somewhere on the page. Whether it's in justice, joy, compassion, probably one of those.
Okay.
Well, what do you think about Isabel's comments about weaving a little bit of like academic talk into this section for core values?
Yeah.
Cause what I heard you say, see it again, you were saying a little more about that.
Justice, courage, compassion, those are, definitely part of what we do and we lead with that. But then excellence is the last one. And joy, I thought it would be more into the joy of learning.
Yeah.
Because it's important that they are there to learn and to grow learning and keep learning forever. But then most of it is about a different message, and maybe as an academic institution, we should put a little bit more towards that. We also want them to learn that's what they should be coming to, and learning, do great in school.
Okay. That's great.
I just wanted to remind
that's good.
around the joy of our students and our families and life of our students when they leave us. So I definitely hear the piece about the teaching and the learning and the joy and incorporating that somewhere. But I want to also remind us we talked about how do we equip them when they leave us. So I want to be sure we don't lose that component of how we send them off as well.
No, I think we were talking about adding on instead
Instead of
changing,
changing,
because we like that.
I would
like
not
that.
wanna lose this piece, cause
No.
I care about the life experiences more than cause like in my mind, life experiences includes your time at school and your time out of school.
Yeah, but again, if you have joy while you learn, you're gonna be picking up books all the time and learning more. That's what we want. We want them to keep learning forever. You're always learning about, I don't know, the manual of the microwave, whatever you do, because you wanna learn and you are excited about learning that new thing. And that's what we want to install in people, put in people. And also, Mike has a great idea that justice will be the perfect place to put the word environment and climate.
Honor justice.
Yes.
Say that again.
I respect your copyright.
Thank you.
Great.
I think that's good.
Okay.
Keep the picture. We like
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Don't change that.
That's a good photo. Okay. Anything else? Fine.
So we heard last time, I think you said that you felt like the equity statement was a little wordy, like a little wordy. Were you thinking of addressing
No,
that?
this looks good.
This is okay.
Yeah, we cut a paragraph out.
Okay.
Some of it, that's what I was wondering, I just feels like it looks different, but I don't know how it's different.
There's a tricky paragraph that
That one has 5, this one has
we left
4.
out. Yeah,
And we took out the word citizen that we have in that one, isn't it?
yeah.
When did that piece? So what was taken out?
Need to go look at the poster.
Yeah.
I think it's the first paragraph.
Yeah, there is no citizen in this one.
Learning without limits, no, I'm sure I didn't take that one out.
I don't need the answer now, but maybe just like either, like if someone could just, or just.
No, actually,
send us
we didn't
both
take anything
look
out.
at
The light blue text has to have first paragraph, just shortened.
So
So
that's
it's all the
Yeah.
same,
Yeah.
Okay.
So it is a really powerful statement.
yeah, Mike, I know, weren't you wanting to change it?
Well, it's not just about me, but I
Yeah.
think the idea was if we could make it a little bit tighter and then include the concept of
The
anti-racism.
anti-racist piece.
That was the feedback that I had received.
Okay.
The
So
feedback,
if we're going to. Sorry, Nancy.
the feedback he received from whom?
Where have we received that?
Over the
From
years,
Teachers,
we haven't for years.
Parents,
everyone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You've been saying it for a while, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been there for a long time and.
If we're going to
Thousand
change
people
it,
coming
it
in.
needs to change before we approve this.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you guys wanna put
We
it
can
into
do
how we do
that.
that, but that needs to be,
Yeah,
We can
Figure
work
it out.
offline
We'll come
and
up
bring
with
it,
something.
bring it back to the board.
That could be brought back to people.
Okay. It's great. Anything else?
so, well, it's just, you are so patient and nice.
You have great ideas.
And understanding.
I mean, actually, I want to give that back, actually.
That's the comment.
My closing comment is, you know, often when we have this chance with some boards, it's a perfunctory exercise. They really wouldn't have read it, they wouldn't have really processed it, but this was different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I prefer this.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you made time to read through what people have to say, and then you brought your own ideas in also. So we'll figure out how to repackage, you know, it might take 2 or 3 iterations, but this made my job a lot easier. I'd rather have more ideas from you, and what you're thinking or what you want, than if I have to fabricate it. Okay, so it makes it easier. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so it's 6:51. We can actually take the break before 7 this time and be back at 7.
Okay.
I don't know if it's fight time or not, or time is better.
Fight time. Do we have plates? Can we get some plates?
Okay, so we're gonna have fight time before we come back, so.
So why are we having five?
It's
Because
my
it's
day.
my day.
Fight day is today.
Oh,
Come on,
Let's see if I can get some.
Got it.
Make the resolution before
It
the
is
snow.
pie time. I brought pie. It is only apple pie from Costco, but that's what they had.
Why?
Yes, why? Tell us why.
Apple pie is nice.
Explain to us what it means.
It is Pie Day today. It is March 14th. It is a made-up math holiday. It is like surprisingly contentious within the nerd community about whether, it should be considered, today should be Pie Day because the calendar is not in base 10. Because maybe it's actually half Tau Day, maybe instead we should celebrate other constants. But today is Pie Day because there is a dessert shaped like a circle and it's punny and it's Pie Day.
Excellent.
So we declare.
Combine it.
Celebrate it as a pie break.
Pie break.
Yes, okay, see you here in 10 minutes.
There's a lot of school for me to give you all.
Isabella, regular agenda item and some sort of dessert.
Yes.
Actually, 2 out of 5 meetings have had dessert now.
I was so worried you were like in the hallway, they could hear you.
Oh.
They have testing for the award.
She was
And it was pretty cool. I thought like, well, then, yeah, I'm not gonna.
I had a, not really,
And
like,
then
a
they
couple
have
of tweaks
different
too.
type of lava cakes and
Like
pie
essentially
cakes.
like.
They had a cheesecake that had
Decadent together.
And then it was like, okay, let me just try it. I will take the name, the rest, yes.
Let me just,
I did not have that.
and then I don't wanna take, I don't wanna waste the container on
But
it.
it will, like, if I'm talking, it starts scratching. Okay. My phone a little bit. Because that's, I have not had a.
I thought you were choking.
Yeah, well, because I think because of this, like, ice strategy, and then I got through it. Like, just now, like, eating again. There's something in it that's making it. So just eat it.
With the Hoffman Awards, testing of the dinner, you know, like the taste testing of all the food.
Oh, you guys doing a taste testing for it?
Yeah, it was pretty great, and she brought out like extra bread and extra desserts, and we were like, Oh my God, and
I wanna be on that taste testing, I'll take that job. I didn't know that job existed.
come next time. I'll invite you. If I'm invited.
That would be my favorite. Are we doing it over at
Still doing a Metro Ed. I got to see Jeff today. He's like, it's really good. He said
Meeting you?
he loves it. Oh, he did.
Yeah, exactly.
That was so good.
At least that day, what's good? At least that we actually made it on back to the same. Last time the same was coming back at what time? We don't-
Pretty good. That's
Yeah.
pretty good.
Oh, Brand's back.
So you even got to read the history of
I learned
It's been a tough couple of days. Not with anything, it's just like, actually all good stuff.
Thank you. Okay, the world sugared up is now 7:01. And we're coming back to session. So now that we finished item 3, we are moving towards item 4, which are the comments from the board and superintendent. So if we are gonna, is Nancy here? Okay, yeah, we're coming down, starting with Nancy and then down the road to me. Mike, Nancy?
Yeah, so it was an exciting week and I appreciate the opportunity to participate in the California School Board Association Legislative Action Week. And it was exciting collaborating with other fellow board members in advocacy for some key points that CSBA would like to move forward this year. Thank you.
Okay. Sure.
I just wanted to give a quick kind of report of board office hours today, and if I missed anything, Isabel and Mike can have feelings I might miss a few things. But we were at Fairwood, we had like 5 to 7 parents, mostly from Fairwood, but 1 or 2 from other schools who came and joined us, so we had a great conversation. I think it was great. One was kind of sharing about her, she's a neighborhood parent, and she had concerns at first, and she was just super honest and open. But she ended up coming to Fairwood, and she's like loving her experience there, so it was just great to hear her experience. And then some things that were kind of talked about was, one was the math pathways to middle school. Gosh, I had them in my head and I don't know, hold on. And then what were the other, there was like 2 other kind of main.
The TLD change.
Oh, yeah. So the biggest one was kind of the conversation about the change in having the elementaries line up with on the Wednesday mornings, and just how that's helpful for some families, but it's gonna be harder for some families, and how we navigate that. And the recommendation said, hey, as we start next year's processing, and you'll share out with your principals and district staff, what's working, what's not working. And there was like one other, I think there was one other main, Isabel, do you remember?
No, pretty much.
I guess we kind of went on some tangents related to some, grading.
Yeah, we talk about the Fremont High School.
We talked about our grading too, the 4-point scale, so I think those were the main ones.
Yes,
That's it.
and that, yeah, was also a bridge about grading between our policies and all the way to college. How they change or reflect or why we do what we're doing. Okay,
I didn't actually do that much the last 2 weeks, but some of the things one thing that I've been thinking about a lot is something that Mike said a few weeks ago about how public education is the bedrock of democracy. And similarly, something that Michelle has been advocating for, which is arming our students to fight against disinformation, like having media literacy. And this is something that we talked about within our strategic plan goals. It is relevant to me currently because I feel like there is a lot of disinformation spreading in our community, like in our immediate community, but also with our neighbors to the south. And it is frustrating because we have all these rumors that we just aren't equipped to combat. I don't know if the district specifically has a role in this, or this is us as elected officials or community members, but I feel like one thing we can do and should do is arm our students, the future voters, the future people who will hear these rumors, to be able to combat them, to be able to look up the information and say, no, actually, I found this information. My son is 9 and he is challenging in that he challenges me a lot. He says, how do you know that? How do you know, why do you think you know that? Because I do it to him. And I guess that's where he gets it. But it's so helpful because, maybe I should question all my assumptions, and maybe not all children should be like that necessarily, but have some of that, and I feel that would be very valuable.
Thank you. I forgot to give a shout out about the ledge brunch that we had.
yes.
Super fantastic. Maybe one of you is going to talk about it or something.
You can talk about it if you want. Yeah, okay. So I had a couple things. Yes, we had helped out in organizing Ledge Brunch, but I had some activities. I sent them all in, did some volunteering, went to some events, been super busy. But I wanted to talk about a couple things. One thing that I went to in the last week or so was the staff and teacher housing over at Mountain View Wisman. And I saw people from our JPA were also there. But everybody, for all trustees and superintendents were invited from across the county. There were probably about 20, 30 people there going on the tour. Their facility is not yet open because it is they're still waiting for the parking to get completed or signed off on or something. But basically the thing that they did was they bought in with the developer, and they basically have their own tower of about 120 something units, studios, 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms, and they're about $2,000 per rental unit. And they have all sorts of amenities that they can have because they're part of a larger complex. And they did not take any federal or county money, so they used bond money, and they don't have to share with other districts or random people from around the county, and their staff is pretty excited about it. So they might be doing a second round of tours, but they will be having at the next SCCSBA Brown Bag thing, that's gonna be the topic, and different trustees who've done that are gonna talk about it, but I'm really hopeful that our JPA will start looking into. I know there's a lot of explorations, we've gone to a lot of county, I've seen Mary Beth at county things. I hope that we can do that because one of the data points that we heard was that it's like 90% of the recruitment that we're doing is actually based off of retention or something. Like we're trying to keep people here. Maybe that was county or statewide. Okay. The second thing I wanted to say was I'm hopeful that I was reading that we got an email from a parent about the schedule that you mentioned from Fairwood. And For me, I went back and I watched the video because I was informed by the district that we had the meeting, we had a presentation and discussion in November, and then we approved it at the December meeting. And so I went back and I watched the meeting, and what I realized was in the meeting, we did not talk about schedule at all. We were mostly talking about calendar alignment, dates, things like that. And then when we approved this calendar with the schedule change, it came back on consent. And so that was also our organizational meeting. I believe Eileen had just had a baby and she was in 2 places. So you came in for the organizational meeting and then all of a sudden I'm watching this meeting and you're on Zoom, that's hardcore. So I'm not saying we were slacking in any way, but I think that when I was reviewing it, I did not catch the significance and all the multiple things that have to change for us to go to an early start, particularly with the preschool, with some of the after-school care program rooms being used by preschool in the morning. And so, I'm hoping that we can have a conversation about it as a board and see more information about how that change is gonna affect people and, just to learn a little more about it, and maybe it's a presentation, but I'd like to have some information for if the public wanted to comment on it or something. So that would be that's a request that I'm making to Isabel and Mike, and I want to let you guys know that I did go back and watch it, and our eye was off the ball on that one, so and I think it's fine, but we approved it. So, okay, that's my comment. Thanks.
Okay. It's been extremely busy, if not stressful, couple of weeks.
Yes.
Because among many things, there has been the Legislative Action Week, and with the legislative also branch coming from the county organization and the state organization, then the future trip to the federal talks about that legislation. Then we have something interesting that when we came to the League of Women Voters meeting, Cindy Chavez, for example, was talking about the budget and the fact that they are 250 million in the red. And with that, we also heard the state and everything that we learned from the new legislation that is coming, that they're trying to borrow money from future Prop 98 in order to afford this Prop 98, which is our money. And the way how, they're even somehow shortening more money in education because they're gonna give it to other programs, but they're gonna borrow it from the future. So I don't know, that sets a really bad precedent, which, make us obviously way more fiscally responsible, and we need to be more careful about many things, and pay more attention to our budget and learn more about exactly how each of our decisions, that is what I've been trying to do for a while, how each of our decisions will change every penny and what it means, everything that we do. As you say, there are other board members from other trustees from other places that they are devastated about each of the funds, and they know exactly who they are supposed to be taking away and what exactly they are having to cut. So those are the things that I always say, about really what will be to understand every little detail about this. So that, is just another refreshing thing. They're gonna have their state bond coming for facilities, educational facilities coming this November. With that, so it's gonna be a very busy ballot. It was a good also couple of weeks as we also had our election, so we look like we are gonna be able to keep fixing our schools on one hand. That's always good. Painting schools and doing stuff in our school.
With
With
rainbows.
the, yes, and painting more rainbows.
Uh-oh.
We are gonna be able to do, and our programs, we are talking with them because with all these cuts, all this money and new programs that they opened since the pandemic, and they say that are forever programs, that they stay forever programs, so we need to fight and keep all our health, mental health, new things that we got. We need to be able to fight for keeping our TKs and the funding for our TK program, and we need to keep fighting for them to keep our universal meals, which are all programs that are relatively new and are in danger right now. So that was also part of the legislation action top points. And with that, we met with people all the way from Evan Low to the city, and everybody was somehow in the same mode of telling us what it meant for them to lose all the money that they're losing this year and how they were depressed about that. So, yeah.
That's
and
a League of
all
Women Voters, yeah.
and
that was
then,
fun.
yeah, someday. So we talked last year when we started to change our calendar, we talked about maybe opening sometime this year, but again, it's like everything is a storm every month. So opening a big meeting to talk with the community about the calendar, and now we're gonna explore like the week off for the Thanksgiving week and see how that works. And yeah, this is another thing that we should be, have a big open meeting because it affects people and people have different needs, work or not work. And I hope that we are, well, I suppose a lot of us are going to SEF table, mixer next week. And I was wondering if a lot of us are also gonna be learning about the wonderful things happening on the county on Hoffman Awards. So I hope that we also get a good representation.
Isabel is
There.
the chair of the Hoffman Awards.
Yes, so that also takes a little bit.
May, thank you.
It's in May, yeah, so I hope that we all go there, even though this time we didn't submit any projects, so that's why we didn't win, not because we weren't awesome, it's because we didn't even submit. But
It's the only reason we didn't
is the
win,
only reason we didn't win, yeah.
because we didn't submit anything this year.
Yes,
We had to give that other
give
people a
them
chance.
opportunity because we won last year, so. And then again, comments about from the community that maybe we should review the ways how principals to see if a more standardized or a more open and in-depth way how principals get to engage their communities and open their schools to their communities, etc. Like how successful they are, and if something doesn't work, how much are they trying something different. And I think that's it for today.
Okay, thanks. Before I start, you're absolutely right about all the things that at the state level, they need to be concerned about cutting, among them TK at the state level. Remind us and the community, the state does not fund TK for community funded districts like Sunnyvale School District at all. And Sunnyvale School District is actually a test case challenging the state on that policy. So we should find out more about that soon. Costs us a lot of money, and we're happy to support those kids. We think it's a really important thing, but we think out of fairness, the state should be supporting it. So on to more exciting things. Yes, the bond measure passed. It is no small feat that we're right at 70% in a very low turnout election. I just couldn't be more proud of our community, and everywhere I've been going, I've been saying that it's really a testament to our community and the support for our schools, and I'm just really excited about that. And so I'm gonna pause for 2 seconds. And now I'm gonna talk about the parcel tax. So board, sometime between now and the end of the school year, we should probably make a decision if that's something we want to move forward to towards renewing our parcel tax. It expires in June of 2025. And so that's something we can consider.
And it's 10 teachers, more or less?
No, eight.
Well, it raises about $1 million for the school district. It's
Used to be
$59 per parcel. It's different. You have to change all your thinking about how bonds work. It's $59 per parcel, which is one of the lowest, if not the lowest in the county. It raises about $1 million for the school district. Two things about Fremont High School District, because they're our partners and I think we should support them whenever we can. May 11th, their 100th anniversary celebration, which is great if we can be a part of that, attend that to show support. And then also their foundation, I think I sent you a note and I'll include it in the update tomorrow about their foundation Spring for Education. Forgot to write down the date.
I think it's the 5th of April, it's a Friday,
Yeah,
so
right.
April 5th is a Friday.
That sounds right.
It's at 5 o'clock.
That sounds right. At 5 o'clock, we might think about 8 people, if we can get 8 people together, like maybe have a district table, I think that would be great. So let me know if you're interested in that. And then of course, Project Cornerstone tomorrow, which is exciting. Now, the most exciting thing, I get to introduce a new member of our team. And so we did a comprehensive search. I was really proud of the work that Jeremy did. He has a lot of skill with this, a lot of connections with this. We did a broad search. We actually brought in a number of very, very highly qualified candidates. And we're really fortunate in Sunnyvale that we can attract the best and the brightest. And I'm 100% confident that we have got Arthur Cuffey, the most qualified of all of them, to agree to be our next chief financial officer or chief business officer. So if you want to come on up and introduce yourself, Arthur. But you cannot sit in Lori's chair until she loves sitting there. So, but when she's gone, then you can take her seat, okay? But not before.
Well, thank you for having me. I'm Arthur Cuffey. I approached this position with great gratitude. I wanted to extend my gratitude to Dr. Gallagher. Sunnyvale, I've been around the Sunnyvale team for about a month, and I have seen in that month how amazing this team is. And so Dr. Gallagher really has put together a dynamic team, and I'm just happy to join. I approach this position with passion. I approach this position humbly, and I'm fired up and ready to go. Yeah, I just want to be a part of a great team like this that, brings something special to students. I am a product of a great educational system. And so I really want to give back to students and help this district achieve its goals. So I want to appreciate everyone, and I'll be seeing you all.
Yeah, thanks, Arthur.
Welcome.
That's it.
Okay. And with that, they were done with item 4 in your agenda. We're moving to item 5, comments from the Sunnyvale Education Association. Do we have anyone from that body for us to speak tonight?
No, but we had a hand raise from before.
Oh, okay, yes,
Well, they should wait until.
from before, from where? Which part of the agenda?
I think it was before we took the break.
We can wait till comments from the public.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, for the study session.
We technically didn't get.
Okay, I think we did, yes. No, we didn't? Oh, okay. So do we go
When we get
for-
to comments from the public.
Yeah.
When we get to comments from the public, it will be the first item. Sorry for that. So now we go to item, then we go to item 6, comment from the California School Employees Association. If there is anyone from that body who wishes to talk to us about anything. Okay, we don't have. So now we move to comments from the public. So this time we're gonna talk, this portion of the agenda provides an opportunity for members of the public to talk directly to the board about any item of interest that is not on the agenda. And however, provision of the Brown Act prelude any action being taken and any item that is not on the agenda. And this time, we're gonna start with the person who missed the question from the study session, and then we're gonna meet. Yes, we have some persons here also in person, so we can start with the online comments related to a strategic plan.
It was Gita Golakota.
Okay, please go ahead. Start by, you have 3 minutes, and please start telling us about your association with the district, so we can keep track of that.
Hi, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. My name is Gita Golakota. I'm a parent of a first grader at Ellis Elementary, and I've attended strategic planning meetings. All board, like all parent meetings, as well as both of the special ed committee meetings. And most of us parents are very concerned about the data, the assessment data that was presented. And I emailed the board and Mr. Gallagher about some format where we can have an understanding of the assessment results, because some schools have performed well, better than the state average, and other schools are not doing well. And I know we have an awesome and dedicated special ed team. So it's really important for us parents to understand how this data is coming up and what we can do for our children, or what it is that the missing gap, or like what's going on. We want to know more about it, and wondering if there were discussions, anything that we should know about. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. So now we move to the, do we have any online hands for this particular item, which is not the strategic agenda, but the comments from the public?
For items not on the agenda.
For any items not on the agenda? Okay. So with that, we have 3 comments in person. So please, we're gonna start with Peggy Brewster.
Hi, my name is Peggy Shem Brewster. I'm a 3rd grader at Bishop and incoming kinder in the fall. I'd like to talk to you about school culture, parent engagement, inclusivity, and retaining qualified and exemplary teachers. Since I don't have much time now, please look for my follow-up email. I've attended every P3 principal-parent partnership and ELAC meeting at Bishop these past few years. Every one of these, I'm one of 2 parents attending. Each meeting, I've suggested different ways for including more families, changing the format, looking at successful engagement models at different schools with similar populations. Month after month, nothing has changed. After our last site council meeting, our DLAC parent shared about lack and suppressed communication about LPAC support. I later heard that he and another of our 5 site council families are actively trying to move their children out of Bishop into private schools. It was an aha moment, realizing in what way we parents do not feel welcome at Bishop. It's subtle. Most parents would not be able to chime into this because we generally stay in our own lanes, and the feeling amongst many families, especially those in Spanish-speaking families, is unquestioned trust in our community and education. But I now see a nuanced pattern that is not necessarily intentional, but very effective in appearing to care and tick off that box of family input and engagement, but not actually trying to engage us and work together in building a community of support around our students. I do have ideas moving forward for opportunities. They'll be outlined in the email. Secondly, I want to talk about a true asset to our Bishop community, MG Bertrand. I feel grateful to have been able to spend 100 hours running leveled reading groups in his room and giving back to the teaching community by supporting a new teacher. He has grown in leaps and bounds as a teacher and as a professional. Mr. Bertrand is the only teacher I hear of parents wishing out loud they hope to have him next year. He's restarted student council, supporting students in their own leadership journeys. Kids come running up to him in the playground, ready to give an elbow bump and kick a ball around. To us parents, he has been a breath of fresh air. And yet, after first being told that he was coming back, our admin changed her mind and told him that he was not welcome back at Bishop, and as we know, he will not be allowed to apply at other Sunnyvale School District schools this year. When he finally opened up to tell why he could not collaborate and why he eats lunch in his room by himself every day, it's because of peer bullying amongst staff, a mean girl environment, and orchestrated efforts to complain about him, culminating in our admin's reversal of her initial decision to keep him next year. For us parents to have this inexplicable loss of the teacher that is fully engaged will be a shock and betrayal. And if we truly care about attracting and retaining quality teachers, we should not lose this teacher because his workplace, my son's school, failed to cultivate a community where he could thrive. I will send more comments by email. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Thank you, Peggy. So now our next commenter will be Courtney Jansen, related to field trips.
Okay, my name is Courtney Jansen. I have a first grader at San Miguel Juntos program and another one who will start there hopefully in kindergarten in the fall. I'm going to complain on an agenda item later on, so I wanted to say thank you first on a different agenda, not agenda item, I guess. So yesterday, Ian's first grade class went to the Palo Alto Art Center and he had an amazing time. He came home and usually when I ask him, how was your day? He's like, it was fine. And he actually told me and he said, hey, did you see the pictures about the sushi artwork? Did you see me working on the art project? He loved it. So I wanted to say thank you very much for support. I know it's a lot of work to get the field trips happening. I know the schools and the teachers do a lot. Thank you for the board for supporting that and encouraging that all of our students get the chance to do field trips. He still remembers his one from Happy Hollow last year and loves that too. So they have a really big meaningful impact. And that's all I wanted to say. So thank you.
Thank you. And our next card over here is Jessica Jared. And the topic teacher learning day time. Okay.
Hi, I'm Jessie Jarecki. I am a mother of a second grader at Vargas and a seventh grader at SMS. And I wanted to discuss the change of timings for the teacher learning days. I have also written an email to you all about this. I'm concerned about how the change will affect parents families where both parents have full-time jobs or working single parents. When I brought this up to school administrators, I've heard the phrase, we can't accommodate everyone, and I completely agree. You can't accommodate everyone. And I recognize that every family in the school has different circumstances and needs, and that there are families that prefer this change. I've talked to some of them, but I'm a scientist at heart. So if it was me making this decision, I would want to know the following. How many families prefer this current schedule versus the new one that's going to happen next year? Is it 90%? Is it 50%? Is it 10? Like how many are we not accommodating? Why do families have these preferences? Is it simply a convenience thing? Is it child safety? If you don't have anyone to watch your child in the morning, that's a big, big concern. Is it a free breakfast? We have a lot of kids that depend on free breakfast for their meals. How strong is this preference? Could the family go either way, or is it just one direction that's monumentally more difficult and you can't overcome? What is the financial burden on these families? Like, how easy is it to find someone to watch your kid, and how much will it cost them? Or do you have to miss work and maybe miss a lot of pay so that you can stay home with your kids longer on those mornings? How are families going to deal with this change? And then lastly, what do the most economically disadvantaged families within our district prefer? Because schools in general are not set up for this type of family. And if, we are accommodating a large group of people, but we're really hurting the poorest in our community, it's not a great policy. And so I'm asking, do you know this information? Have you Are you making this decision that's the best because you've looked into this and you know? Or did you hear from some families, thought it made logical sense to match up with the middle school and went ahead with the policy and hope to figure out how to fix it? If it's the latter, were these people that you heard from representative of the community in general? Overall, I'm asking if you would run a short survey of the community to ask how this is affecting people so that you can make the best possible decision. Because I'm happy to never talk about this again if it is really the best decision based on data. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and that was our last, oh, we have two more.
These are on,
Huh?
those are on agenda items.
Oh, okay, good, so with that, we move to the next agenda items, and this is presentations, and we are on topic 8. And 8A will be a report on maintenance and operation departments of updates and forecast. Thank you, Mr. Burns.
Of course, good evening, board, good evening, executive cabinet, good evening, members of the community. Tonight, I get the opportunity to go over department updates for both maintenance and operations, as well as forecasts looking for the next couple of years. Get started. Thanks, Jesus. All right, so tonight we'll be going over at a high level the report provided to the board in the packet. Some of the items that we will touch on are key performance indicators for our department, work order analytics, our maintenance project list, as well as finally reviewing our budget. All right. So working in this district for the last 8 years, it was mentioned earlier as well, data and analytics drive a lot of the decisions. I've seen a lot of the departments here make well-informed decisions based off data and analytics. And I knew that when I was given the opportunity in this role, finding data and analytics was going to be something that I was going to rely on. In order to do that, we've made an integration into a software platform that provides us these data and analytics. Once we knew we were going to have the information in order to start making informed decisions, we wanted to come up with key performance indicators to evaluate our departments. These 4 may seem relatively basic and generic, but I do believe they speak volumes to how well our department is functioning or allows us to see focus areas that we need to improve on. Now, moving forward, we will adopt new key performance indicators every year at the start of the school year. We will share that with Cabinet and Dr. Gallagher, Superintendent, so we can provide updates around this time every single year for the Board of Education. The first one we wanted to review was facility use. Looking at facility use over the past couple of years, we noticed inconsistencies in regards to the application process, as well as the application of fees for interested vendors using our facilities. So you'll hear this a few times tonight. We integrated a software platform to make things a little bit easier, a little more streamlined, and a little more transparent for our community members. What that has led to is a consistent practice applied across every school site. It allows vendors and interested individuals that want to use our facilities a one-stop shop where they can fill out an application, provide all the required insurance that we require, and pay any and all applicable fees. You can see the difference in the revenue on the last 3 years here. It has also seen an uptake in facility use. I do want to be very clear. The revenue increase is to cover direct costs associated with these facility use and to pay for overtime for custodians for the after-hours weekend work. Now this slide here, I wanted to provide just because no matter how interested our community members are in using our facilities, our campuses are first priority. They're always first priority on our own facilities. So the big swath of red you'll see on this pie diagram is all the applications we have denied because they would have impacted school functions or other events that the school site was going to be putting on. All right, another very key and critical KPI is workplace safety. Every year, all of our employees in operations, maintenance, and transportation go through safety training. We make this a priority to start the year off with, and we do refreshers during professional development days throughout the year. I thought this was going to be a great metric to try to reduce this year from last year. Unfortunately, we've seen an uptick in this area of days missed by employees being hurt in job-related accidents. I will say a data point is a data point, and I recognize that. This is not an excuse, but one of the reasons why this number is inflated is due to an accident that was no fault of the Sunnyvale School District employee, albeit it's still an area we need to show improvement on moving forward, and we'll make sure to do that.
Was it like a 50-person accident?
No, just one, just a lot of days. It's a vehicular accident, unfortunately.
Missed a lot of days.
Yes.
Yeah,
no.
that was my question. Like, is this like one person missing 150 days or like 3 or 4 people? Or something?
4 to 5 people.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
The next KPI that we're going to be looking at is overtime. Overtime is a great indicator on how well a department is functioning. Over-reliance on overtime could show maybe a uneven balance of staffing. It could also show that we are unplanned if there's an absence of a custodial staff member or a bus driver that needs to cover a shift. We also have other contributing factors to overtime, as you can see them on the screen there. This year, we've increased the amount of overtime in regards to our facility use. We've given our custodians opportunities to take on overtime, to earn a little bit extra money to cover some of the facility use things that fall outside of hours. During construction projects, we also run into many overtime opportunities as we're constantly having to move teachers in and out of classrooms to accommodate the next phase of construction. We didn't include any metrics on this because we're still parsing through. All of these overtime opportunities that I just mentioned lived in one overtime category, the help of Lori. We're going through the overtime and parsing it out to make sure that we can identify the real overtime opportunities that we've taken as an operations department. Meaning I want to make sure that they're not facility use related or construction related. I want to focus on the ones that involve our staff members having to work overtime in order to accomplish the regular work that they would otherwise be scheduled. All right, so now Arthur gets to see me get excited for the first time. This goes into like the work order analytics. And one of the reasons why this whole section excites me a little bit is because it tells stories, it tells multiple. One, we can start to measure our customer service. We can see how well we're responding to work orders on a campus. We can also take that information and start to plan from a facilities and maintenance standpoint projects. We can see those trouble areas. We can see the HVAC units that are constantly acting up, and we can start to plan for replacement ahead of time. I do want to say that the KPI for this section was the average work order time 2 years ago was 33 days. We wanted to decrease that to 15 days this year. Because of the efforts of our entire team, Ricky, Ron, Sammy, Jorge, Josh, Dion, and Gary, provided by the leadership of Jeff in the operations manager role, we've decreased that to 9 days, which is a huge accomplishment.
That's awesome.
And that's fully a testament to all those guys. They understand the importance of customer service. They've bought into making sure that they're communicating through this platform with the sites, and this is the result. It's not perfect. I wish we could get there someday, but it's a great first step in improving customer service across the board. All right, drilling down a little bit further, and this goes a little bit towards planning. You can start to see how many work orders are submitted by campus to see where the potential troubles are. I do want to point out that Ellis is the outlier on this one. The majority of those work orders are attributed to construction that are going on the job site. And I would fully anticipate a large reduction in work orders as we start the new school year with a brand new campus.
Sorry, but those work,
Oh, sorry.
but then those work orders are like related to the construction, but still on our side because inside the construction, it all belongs, and their liability belongs to them, to the construction.
Correct. So even if there is an issue in a classroom that's occupied, say a door closer stops working properly, the site will submit us a work order. That work order gets passed on to the contractor. So that's why we're seeing a large increase. And last one on this. So this new platform was new for our department as well as the site admin teams. It took them training and they had to buy into this as well because this is added steps for them, to be totally honest. They have to drill down on what type of work order this is because bad data in leads to bad data out. So they have to be very careful when identifying the work order that's submitting so that we can properly plan and take a look at what the information is telling us. So I did want to say thank you to all of them as well. They've dealt with a lot of my changes and aspirations, and they've done so at least seemingly happy and done an extremely good job at it.
And the person who submits is the administrator or the janitor or somebody that is from your team on the site?
Administrator. I would say somewhere in the 90% it will come from the front office staff. All right, so the takeaways from the work order analytics. One, we want to continue to improve on our customer service and response time and communication. Those are all things that everybody at the school sites constantly said that they want to see continued or improved, and that's communication and transparency for maintenance and operations and transportation. This work order platform is the first step in improving that. We also want to make sure that we're taking this data and making use out of it. Data is data unless you actually make change with it. And so that's one of our goals that we'll get into a little bit later. Lastly, we just want to make sure that we're getting good information in and good information out. All right, so now on to maintenance projects. These are projects that are anything from routine repair, restoration, or replacement. With proper planning and identifying these areas ahead of time, our goal will be to decrease our dependency on bond funds to accomplish maintenance-related items. It allows us to strategically plan, and some of the information we'll lay out here shows exactly how we're doing that. So these are some of the projects coming up this summer that are maintenance-related in nature. We have digital marquee installation. These are replacing old, outdated marquees that are past their useful life. We have slurry coat going over existing blacktop. That is to extend the longevity of our blacktops to make sure we're getting the best value out of them. And lastly, we're replacing existing playground matting that is maybe a little past planned. It's a little past its useful life and needing to be replaced. Very short slide on what you can anticipate when we're talking about maintenance-related projects. Now, the next two slides are where we get down into the weeds just for a second. So these are 4 maintenance-related projects that we know are coming up. The reason we know is because the data we have received when we've done a facility assessment. We've taken that information and we can now plan out the next 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 years. So some of those bigger picture projects, Cumberland HVAC, reaching the end of its useful life this year and next year. We also know from all this facility assessment that the painting is past due and the flooring is needing replacement. With that information, we can start to plan bigger projects instead of piecemealing these one at a time. We also know from all this data that the Columbia roof is at the end of its useful life and the carpet there also needs replacing. We have 2 covered canopies in the district. We have 2 covered canopies in the district needing to be replaced. One at Cherry Chase, and unfortunately we have to rip out the rainbow one, and we will not be going back with rainbow at the campus. I'm totally kidding, Bridget.
I told him to do that.
We do have to replace them. We do have to replace them.
You guys all wait, where? No, I was just thinking, where's the rainbow canopy? We're talking about furnace, the whole.
That
The
covered
hallway.
walkways.
The walkway.
That's not a canopy.
Well-
No, that's a hallway. I
Well,
refuse.
there's a canopy on top of it.
So these are all the
Okay.
types of projects that we want to accomplish from a maintenance lens. Like I said, looking to decrease the dependency on the bond. That's our goal. Now diving into Cumberland a little bit. This, and Arthur, you're probably going to get a kick out of this stuff too. This we have for each one of our school sites now. What this does is shows every single year for the next 10 years, all the maintenance costs that we are planning on from window replacements, carpet replacements, HVAC replacements. What this is allowed to do is now we can start to plan. In the next slide, we'll get into a little bit on the budget, but year 2024, year 2025, each one of the buildings out at Cumberland identifies a total value of maintenance-related projects. You add all those up, we can put rough ideas, relatively accurate ideas in regards to how much these projects are gonna cost.
I have just a quick
Yeah.
question. I'm assuming like those number of like we go up to like 11,000 at Cumberland CVC in 2032 that there's an inflation.
Yeah,
That's
so-
not, that's the estimated current cost then, not the current cost now.
Yeah, and then, so I
figured
have,
that.
we have inflation calculators in here. So right now, this is all set at 5% inflation, which is for this year, a tad high. But this was all being developed over
It
the
kinda
last few
averages
years.
out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so, and we can make changes at any given time to the inflation rate. Okay, so I showed you the previous slide to talk about this slide. Our budget, our maintenance budget. Thanks to the leadership in the district with Lori Van Gogh and Dr. Gallagher, we were able to go over each one of those sites and look at the maintenance costs for the next 10 years. What you're able to show is that there's a large, extremely large delta in the amount of maintenance projects in the remaining maintenance budget. Now, every school district, Lori, you're gonna have to correct me if I say this wrong. Every school district gets 3% contribution to their routine restricted maintenance account from their overall expenditures. Yes. Now, what that led to is $3.9 million annually and $400,000 in rollover, give or take. After looking at all that data and information, we were able to make a contribution of 1% more to the RRMA account. That is what it does from a financial standpoint. It increased our budget to 5.6 and estimated increase of $2.1 million in rollover. What this does is allows us to either accomplish projects that year with this money straight out of maintenance or roll over a year or two so we can take care of larger projects all at once from this budget. The goal of this, when we looked at the facility master plan, is we took this into account. That is why we didn't ask for as much money as we could have in the facility master plan or during the Measure C bond campaign, is because of the commitment leadership made into the maintenance account. So we can accomplish these projects with our own money. Let's see. Oh, lastly, it shows our district's commitment into the most expensive asset in the district, and that's our facilities. I think that is all. But I will say that this is my first and my last annual report with Lori as the CBO. So, dang, I told myself I was going to do this one. Just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for making all the changes you have. You're leaving this district with a lot of positives. Before I cry, I'm gonna, unless there are any questions, Ah. No, Lori's leaving.
Oh, okay.
Brand's actually never leaving.
Are there any questions?
So, yes, before we go to our questions, we're gonna move to public questions. So if there is any member of the community who wishes to speak or have any questions on this particular item, item 8 of the agenda is report and maintenance operation department's updates and forecasts. This is the moment to talk. You may raise your hand online, your electronic hand, or you can give me a card if you're here with this specific item. Okay, seeing none, then we move to our board questions, so we can start with the board. You wanna?
I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a couple questions. Okay. Okay, so, my questions were, just in talking to you and then in looking over the rest of the agenda, we have some other agenda items coming up from you. And, when you were mentioning the, slurry and the putting the things under the playground and kind of re-envisioning our playgrounds, my just general question is like, you're obviously using the master plan, right? And then, I think in the master plan, we had like talked about, I think there was like a discussion around inclusivity, there was discussion around, bringing things up quite a bit. So when you're looking at when you're putting those projects together, are you referring back through the master plan to do that?
Yeah, so and I'll say oftentimes, yes. When it comes to like strict maintenance related items, like if we're just talking about slurrying or just talking about replacing existing matting and not making modifications to something, generally we'll just be like, it will not be associated, exactly, it wouldn't be associated with the facility master plan, but anyway.
Okay, and then congratulations on the bond.
Yeah.
That's really exciting, and I think all your work and the organization that we did with the facilities master plan and like you said, Lori's work with getting the budget together and the district having the additional support for maintenance fees really made it a lot easier to go out and talk to the public about how much we were borrowing, because it wasn't like we made up a random number. It was like, this is what we need, this is how much we're putting into it out of our general fund, and all the grants that you've gone out for some of this stuff too. I think it's just made it a really compelling story, and it shows by the 70% voting that's coming in. So great job, and I'm like, I know everyone else is gonna say great job too, but I'm like really excited about the work that the whole team is doing. So thanks.
So, did you say in the package question how many HVACs are gonna be replaced this summer?
0 this summer.
Okay, so because it was on your report, but that's not for this summer.
No, yeah, that sorry, I should have, it was 2024 and beyond, I think is what I called it, so those were the beyond ones, sorry.
Okay. So, yeah, there were, quite a few things that we did on the master planning, and we were talking a lot about green points and about doing as greening as possible. But I thought that also, like say, as we talk about the black tops not being as black anymore, I thought that was already the direction that we were gonna take instead of replacing it, because then it's gonna stay black top for many years. So I was very worried about why we still have black tops at all, instead of having white tops or green tops or whatever tops that we can use that is less hot for everybody.
Yeah. Can I respond?
Yes.
Yeah, so and we can get into it in the 10 B and C items too, but so this year we're trying out Street Bond for the first time. That is the colored paint that you're referring to in order to try to decrease the heat being reflected back up off the blacktop. The reason why we haven't gone all in on doing colored slurry basically on the entire asphalt is, one, we have never installed it before in this district. I'm not entirely sure on the commitment from a maintenance standpoint, and the cost delta between just black slurry and the Street Bond. Slurry roughly like $1.30 a square foot. Street Bond roughly $9 to $10 a square foot. It is a large cost investment. Not saying that that's something that we wouldn't consider in the future, but we wanted to start out in a smaller scope to make sure that this was something that, yes, we want to make this financial investment into. So like all of the basketball courts, 4 squares, tether balls, those are all colored asphalt now.
And then why do we need, because I see that in the sections, in the plans that you put, is quite a bit of black.
Mhm.
It's more than 60% black. So then maybe we don't need to bounce balls around. Maybe they just don't have hard surfaces at all. If it's just gonna be a black frying pan, instead of that, having something else that is, because we
You're
bounce
saying
the
you wanna
balls.
get rid of the blacktops for the kids to play on.
Yeah, well, if we can make them as much as we can in the play areas, white or green or blue or happy colors or the periodic table as we had in a little bit, but if we can expand that and minimize the fry pan that is a black top, that would be great. And most of the sites are 60 or more, 70% black asphalt.
Yeah, so
We're putting more.
So an alternative, so slurry is something you do every 3 to 5 years, and that's just to maintain longevity. So I hope the board knows that even though we've done black on these blacktops now, doesn't mean that in 3 to 5 years when it's up for another maintenance cycle, we couldn't consider something else.
Yeah, and I've been feeling terrible since my kids were in kindergarten. Every 3 years I feel even worse.
So Isabel, you're saying you would want to spend the $9 or $10 more per square foot on everything to do it now, even though we don't know like the maintenance, like, I mean, we're probably talking millions of dollars.
Okay, how much is the square foot? Because we never get, I mean, that's another thing, that we don't really get specs on any projects, plan views. This time I asked and I got it, like the plans, and we just approve and everything after all is approved by the board, so we live with it. But we don't get exactly, then what is the difference with these prices? Then what is exactly how much is the square footage of one against the other one? And so we just end up making these decisions among all the other decisions, but I would like to see like, how much is that, $9 over, are we talking about $20,000 or we're talking about $250,000? And then that will make the difference between one or the other.
So I will do a rough calc for you while we're continuing to go. You guys can keep asking questions.
I would say I don't have any questions, we haven't really had a, maintenance update presentation, so that was great and like, we do great things and we're digging it. So it's like space that we don't necessarily need to know all the details on things, but it was interesting to like see some of this stuff and the analytics, like I know you nerd out on it, so it's fun for you to it's fun for me to like read it and be like, oh, that's some interesting like data.
Cool. And yeah, I was hoping for feedback because this was the first one and I didn't know exactly what the board would like to see or want to see. So thank you.
The plans for the campuses were very interesting. I appreciated having that like bird's eye view. These aren't campuses that I'm intimately familiar with, Vargas and San Miguel. I to Isabel's point, I do think that a lot of the San Miguel campus is or Blacktop area is those play areas. The basketball court is a significant amount of that square footage. I do see your point. It is more than 60%, but there's gonna be a lot of color here, like just on that.
Yeah.
So I'm curious what the results of your math will be, but I do think we're moving in the right direction. I also have this like question that I'm struggling to figure out how to phrase. So the work orders, most of them are submitted through the front office staff.
Correct.
What if you don't have front office staff? How does like the bus driver submit that? Do they have training in that to submit their vandalism tickets or something?
So that is a phenomenal question. So usually, like since our transportation is housed with our operations, they'll let Jeff know and he'll put a work order in, or they'll let the mechanic know. So like if the seat gets slashed, like Dion will be notified and then we'll submit a work order that way.
I had a feeling that's why the DO was like really a higher number, because that's where operations is, so they probably. That's what I was thinking, unless it's like Mike calling all the time.
No.
And get over here.
And for this first year, we've asked all the departments to put work orders in, consistently and attest to that, like anytime that something needs to get moved, like put in a work order, so that we have documentation of it, helps with the transparency process.
And I love the report format.
Cool. Thank you.
Yes.
Great, very readable. So I have less questions because of that.
So to the cost delta question, I think if I remember correctly, one of the campuses had about 75,000 square feet of blacktop. If you guys are looking at the plans, you can correct me.
Looking at it right now. Is it 71 or 75,000?
I don't know where I'm looking.
I think in the top,
In the
there should
back
be,
of the
well, anyway, and I can get back to you all too, but so say it was 75,000 square feet and you would have done street bond, you would have been paying $675,000 to do the entire blacktop for one campus.
And the slurry would be, oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Did you say 600,000?
Yeah, 675.
Okay, and those are right by the buildings, the black part, because there's another thing is will be the price of putting some shading in that area, some wings or something, but if they are very close, then it's a fire hazard, we cannot get there.
Correct, 20 feet's the distance you're allowed to put shade structures in. That's $97,500 if you just do. Sorry.
Okay, there is, and I was a little bit interested, also because of controversies. There is a company that might do an analysis for free. Oh, yes, Nancy?
Oh, I was just going to be giving feedback that I appreciate that the maintenance is working smarter with the analytics, and that you can actually demonstrate that you can be more responsive to the community as a whole with your work orders. And I think that will go a long way towards building confidence and capabilities that we have. So I appreciate that, the microanalytics. I look forward to next.
Then it's breaking up.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you.
Right. Good. So yeah, maybe we can, yeah, as you say, we're testing this slurry, black slurry thing. We can keep some data between then and then also there is this company that I mentioned about a month ago that they do free assessments in indoor and outdoor quality air, so we can also test all these assumptions. They do it for free because they can sell us stuff when they find something that we can just take the assessment and think about it.
You know the name of the company?
Yeah, I have the car. Yeah.
Okay.
But they can just, they can also measure this kind of
But there
thing.
was a presentation about them somewhere, right?
Oh, that's.
I feel like we were at some, like the PTSA or PTA council thing or, I don't know.
I got it, yeah, the council.
Yeah, I remember that presentation.
I have a question.
Yes.
So maybe, like, I don't know if it would be possible, but it seems like, you know, we're getting some community feedback, but also I think there's an interest on the board of like, I mean, my impression is that like when we were going through the master planning project of like sustainability and greening things, and I know like as a district that's in a lot of places. So like, would it be appropriate to like have maybe a study session or something where we really talk about like like when I think of a greening, like moving towards a greener planning environment, like what do I mean versus what do you mean versus like what is when we're thinking about it, and then if it's very different from what we have right now, how do we make moves to get there over time? Because that's like, you know, we want to maintain what we have, but like maybe the answer is like ripping some stuff out and going a different way, like redesigning things, you know, differently. So I mean, I'd be interested in, because not as a deciding thing, but just like more of a visioning conversation as an extension of the facility master plan, maybe?
Yeah, because a big part of this facility master plan was, you know, and we have some visions and mission statements about how we're going forward. But we shouldn't have to wait until we tear one school apart and put it together to make it greener, if we can do something in the middle. But yeah, I understand again that we need to get things done and we don't have gold mines anywhere to get the money out of. So, but
I'm just saying, like, if
maybe
we wanted to
getting
make change.
I mean, yeah, and I'm putting, well, I can hear it, I put in we've been talking about putting some policies in general that are relevant to this, and you said it hasn't been completely approved by the legal guys, but the idea will be coming together and having that written down about our intentions, our green intentions, and you know, taking it more seriously as much as we can.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think this exercise is really good, and actually the community input that we've received in terms of our process. So, I mean, you know, we know we're on items 10B and C are approval of bids, right? So that's like the very end of the process. And I think what we all need to commit to do, or I wanna commit to do, is at the beginning of the design, I think that's what you're saying, making sure that we're really explicit, and it's great because the board hasn't, I don't mean necessarily this board, but historically, boards haven't been as interested necessarily, it's been more routine. So it's perfectly fine that we're more intentional about that. I don't think we wanna get into design at here, right? But so we could come up with a process where, you know, whatever projects are coming up, Brant and his team and maybe me could meet with the subcommittee of the board and look through them, we could be thorough about it. And, because this was a relatively, the ones that are coming up were relatively routine. Like one of the summer projects were just resurfacing the blacktop, right? So.
Yeah, but then again, like that's one of the things that just 2 years ago, we talked a lot about it. And I know that we are doing an improvement,
Right,
and
so
we're
that's-
probably lowering about 40% of the black fried pan we have there, but because it's what it is.
Right, so
Yeah,
that's
but
exactly what I'm saying, so.
It is,
So-
we're moving forward, but then there's the thing that is a little frustrating, that we get a lot of the things that we don't get to see, and I know that not everybody.
Okay, so
is interested
that's
to
what I'm
see
saying. So at the beginning of the process, from now on, I'm saying to you, let's commit to, we'll go through you what we have in mind for design. Again, we're not gonna design, I don't think we should design it in the boardroom, but ahead of time, so we're more intentional about it. And again, this was a traditionally very, very routine. We're gonna replace the matting underneath, you know, play equipment. We're going to reseal the blacktop, like for 60 years. That's just like, you just do that very simply. It's great that we're more alert to it now and like, we're all in. So we need to make sure our process reflects that. So we'll start that earlier. That's our commitment.
Okay. Is there any more questions?
I know he's gonna raise his hand for the subcommittee.
And that's great.
Yeah,
That's,
no,
yeah,
I
I
think
mean,
that's right,
you
right?
should be on it.
Yeah.
When did we approve the facilities master plan? I think it was before my time.
April 2022.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just found it online and this is really cool.
Yes.
It is awesome.
Yeah, we base our measures on that one, so. We like it. Okay, so anyway, thank you again. I know that you're the guy with fingers in every project pretty much. I mean, I don't know, I always end up
In a
talking
good
with you
way.
because you're doing it in a good way. You know, you're doing so much at the time and handling so many, you know, well, now I don't wanna say balls in the air, but I wanted to. So many things at the same time, that is great that you put it together and you're coming today with this presentation, and we're very grateful. And yes, you keep deserving your photo on the wall as the best of the year.
Then he walked away.
That was good, so I'm glad you brought it up. Okay, and with that, we move to the next item. We are now on item 9, and this is 9A, is gonna be the review and discuss of policy 5148.3, preschool and early childhood education. For that, we're gonna have Dr. Dean to present to us.
Okay, good evening, board. So this is an update on, for a policy, and fortunately for us, it's really just to reinforce what we are, as a school district, are already doing when appropriate to do so. but just ensuring that our TKH students who might need additional care would be able to utilize our preschool programs. But fortunately in Sunnyvale, we have full day programming, so this is not as relevant, but nonetheless, we are updating our policy to reflect the practices that we actually have to support our early learners. And so this is for you to review and discuss and ask any additional questions regarding this particular policy.
Is that also, with that, we go to the public, if there is any questions about this particular item from the public regarding item 9A, please raise your hand now. Okay, seeing none, then we move to board comments and questions. So this one also regards the weeks at the beginning of the year when kindergarten only has partial days.
Yes and no. So since we do have after school programming and most of our students are able to access what they need with that after school programming. And then we also are looking at some things this school year to actually expand potential opportunities for our after school support for our TKH students.
Good. Thanks. Any questions?
Okay with putting on consent.
Huh?
I said I'm good putting on consent.
Okay, thanks. No questions or comments. So as everybody else is giving you the go to put it on consent agenda. Thank you. Thanks. Now we are moving into item 10 and we are starting with item 10A, the approval of the second interim fiscal solvency report. And for that we have our CBO, Lori Van Gogh. Welcome again. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I apologize in advance for my voice. Since I ran my last half marathon, I've had some serious respiratory issues and I can't talk very well. Dr. Gallagher would be the first to tell you I should not run half marathons anymore, but that's not going to happen.
I don't think you ever should have.
Okay. Okay, so here we go. So before I do second interim, Dr. Gallagher asked me to say a little bit about Prop 28, which is the arts and music in schools that's coming to us very soon. So there's a list of things there that are applicable to spend this money on. In addition, we can also spend it on computer coding classes, animation classes, music composition classes, costume design, film, and video. Our projected entitlement is a little over $753,000, which is based on our prior year enrollment with a supplementary add-on for our free and reduced percentage. 80% of this entitlement must be spent for salaries and benefits, which is approximately $603,000. All instructions should supplement each school site's art curriculum and music curriculum, and these funds should be used to support new ongoing programs. We have 3 years to spend the first entitlement, so we have a little bit to consider. We're still in the planning stages with this money, and the remaining funds can be used for other program supports and services. We're currently, as I said, in the planning stages to use these funds, but what we're currently discussing is the hiring of 4 teachers, 2 music teachers and 2 drama teachers, and teaching and learning is going to work with each individual school site to develop their plans because each school site gets an individual pot of money. Okay, now on to the fun stuff. So here's our major revenue assumptions for second interim. Our property tax revenues projected to increase by 7% over 22-23, which is approximately $7.4 million. Our LCF hold harmless amount remains the same at $2.9 million. EPA is projected at 1.1. Our partial tax revenue is also projected at 1.1. We have one-time funding, which is part of the governor's coronavirus relief package, but it also includes the expanding learning opportunity program, which is, and all of that funding is projected at $4.7 million. And this funding is to be used to expand our after-school programs, extend learning time to close instructional gaps and textbook adoptions. Based on the latest projection from the County Office of Education, special education is projected with no COLA. And our federal revenue is projected at the 22-23 level. Restricted, unrestricted lottery are $249 per ADA, which is approximately $1.3 million. And based on the P1 estimate from the county office, our RDA revenue is projected at $5 million. And based on our current leases, our lease revenue is budgeted at $6.2 million. So this is an overall look at the general fund revenue, property taxes and state aid projected at $112.9 million, which is a little over 80% of our general fund budget. Property taxes and EPA combined are 2.2, so that's just shy of 1.6%. Our lease revenue, as I said, is $6.2 million, and that's 4.47% of the budget. Our one-time revenue at $4.7 million, 3.39% of the budget. Federal revenue is $2.3 million, which is 1.66% of the budget. State revenue is $8.3 million at 5.95% of the budget, and our local revenue is $3 million, which is just a little over 2% of the budget for a total revenue budget of $139.6 million. These are the major expenditure assumptions built into the second interim. Our certificated FTE, which includes SCA certificated SCAMP units, has increased by 1 FTE over first interim for a special education teacher. Classified FTE, which includes CSEA and classified SCAMP units, has increased by 0.5 FTE for a paraeducator. Certificated and classified compensation changes, including step and column increases as well as negotiated salaries schedule increases, have been included in the second interim budget. The 23-24 STIRS rate is projected at 19.1%, which is in line with 22-23. PERS is projected at 26.68%, which is a 5.2% increase over 22-23. And based on the 2024 health and welfare rates, United Healthcare has increased 10.5% over 2023, and Kaiser has increased 12.2% over 2023. And all carryover funds are budgeted included in the budget, which includes categorical and local funding. So this is an overall look at our general fund expenditure budget. $116.6 million of our expenditure budget is for salaries and benefits, which is approximately 83%. $4 million on books and supplies, which is approximately 3% of the budget. $20.1 million for services and other expenditures, which is approximately 14% of the budget. Included in this category is the extra support needed for child nutrition and state preschool, the transfer to the Special Reserve Fund for technology upgrades, TK and outdoor learning equipment, software licenses, the replacement of the child nutrition freezer, as well as contracts for special education services for a total expenditure budget of $140.7 million. This is a multi-year look at the ratio of revenue to expense. Our 2023 revenue, as I said, is projected at $139.6 million, which is a decrease of $905,000 over 22-23. Our 23-24 expenditure budget at $140.7 million is 13.5% higher than 22-23. The 13.5% increase in expenditures over 22-23 is being driven by salary schedule increases, an increase in the contribution to other funds, equipment purchases, and maintenance projects. And based on second interim, our expense is projected to outpace revenue by $1.1 million. This is a multi-year look at the general fund beginning and ending balances. Our 23-24 ending fund balance is projected to decrease over first interim, due in part to increases in the expenditure budget for contracted services, equipment purchases, and maintenance projects. Salary and benefits savings for vacant positions have been recognized and incorporated into the budget, and these factors combined contribute to the 2.9 decrease in the ending fund balance over first interim. This is a look at our reserves, which is a combination of the unrestricted general fund and the special reserve fund 17. $2.25 million of the special reserve fund is set aside for free cheap technology upgrades. $634,000 of the general fund ending balance is set aside for stores, revolving cash, and non-spendable assets. So our total projected reserves at second interim are $44.4 million.
Sorry, could you say that again? What do you say about technology upgrades? I didn't hear the adjective.
We're saving money essentially. We have a long-term savings fund. I contribute $375,000 each year from the general fund into the special reserve fund and let it sit there and gather interest. And then when Jeremy needs it for technology upgrades, it's there available for him.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Lori. Specifically, this is for network infrastructure, firewall services. These are the large capital network projects that we need to save up over for the lifespan to replace access points and those things.
Thank you.
So that was a clarifying question. Can you explain us again what is the Fund 01 and 170? What was the difference between each of them?
Fund 01 is the unappropriated any fund balance in the unrestricted general fund, so it's our savings plan essentially, and Fund 17 is a special reserve fund, which we are required by ECHO to have. And that's where I'm contributing money from the general fund into Fund 17 because it's the highest interest yield account. So the district earns the most interest there. But combined, we can spend it on, it's our reserve.
Okay.
Okay, I'm losing my voice, I apologize. So our unrestricted ending balance is $30.2 million. Our special reserve ending balance is $14.8 million. So our total unrestricted reserves combined are $45 million or 32%. And we have positive ending balances in the multi-year projection, and we will maintain our basic aid status.
Oh, okay, so that's it then. Gonna keep moving forward, okay. Now, with that, we would like to ask the community if they have any questions or comments about this particular item, this 10A, the approval of the second interim fiscal solvency report. So if you have any, you can raise your hand, real or electronic, and this is the moment. Okay, seeing none, then we move to our board questions. So we're gonna start, I think, Priya has some questions?
No, I got mine answered. I'm okay.
I think if we're voting, we gotta make a motion first.
Okay, so anyone want to make a motion to approve this interim report as it is?
Sure, I'll move to approve the second interim.
Okay. Any seconds?
I'll second.
Okay, with that, do we have any questions or comments?
I'm excited about the music and arts.
Yes.
Could you say again, how many art teachers and how many drama teachers? You mentioned it.
4 teachers in total.
4 teachers in total,
Yeah.
2 of each?
Yeah, 2 music, yeah,
Thank you.
that's correct.
Is that planned to be on top of starting arts, or like is that decision, it has to be on top of starting arts, right?
Yeah, it has to be supplemental to our current programs.
Okay, and for dividing up the time between the schools, there's some schools that have more existing programs than other schools. Is it the same amount for every school, or are we doing equitable distribution?
Yes, we met with the principals and they've agreed that they want to pool their resources because that allows us to do more. And so we'll do a similar type system as what we're doing with our physical education programs, but we haven't solidified all the details yet. But the goal is for the support to rotate through the campuses so that every campus gets the programming that we're seeking. And then we're looking at, in addition to that, what can also be offered in the after-school programming that's missing as it relates to music and performing arts.
And the money comes not to the district, I think it was $750-some thousand. It comes in 10 pots, actually 11, the district office has a tiny bit. So like that's how it has to be spent. It's like, I get the philosophy behind it, but
they don't know.
Yeah, in terms of actually enacting it, it's really difficult to do. But that's how it'll be divided up, because that's how the money comes, we have to spend it that way.
And then you can still pool them and pay one full salary.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, good.
If I could say something else too, and this, I think this relates a little bit to your request, Isabel, about like more information about the budget. That's why we had the slide on Prop 28, and you know, since I became superintendent, I came right at the beginning of the pandemic, and then there was that whole blizzard of one-time funds and grants, and it was so hard to keep track of. Now, yes, unfortunately, that is gonna slow down, but that slowing down is gonna allow us to look at each grant as it comes in individually, and then be more thoughtful about each one individually and report it to you more individually, so there'll be more, you'll be able to ask more questions about it. So that's that was like part one of that plan.
That's good, yes, we really appreciate that. So, this is the first year that we're going to 140, like every time I talk around, I say, yeah, our budget is 120, and now like, wow, 140. So this is just because everything is more expensive now, it's because the TK, do we have a particular thing to point at?
Salaries and salary steps and something else.
Because of the negotiation?
I mean, statutory deductions have increased, health and welfare has increased, PERS is increasing exponentially year over year. So, and we have budgeted salary schedule increases too that are included in every budget, and the benefits are a percentage of the salary. So they're tied.
Okay. So and PERS is the pension, isn't it? So that one is increasing, so that's gonna always keep increasing, so are we gonna keep it going up for 20 million every year?
I
I
can't
don't think
predict
it'll be
that.
20 million. So PERS is for classified employee and STIRS is for certificated. STIRS was going up also for a while and it's kind of
It's
leveled
flat
out,
now, yeah, it's
right?
flat
And
now.
then the PERS has continued to rate, at some point it will have to stop, but it's pretty, is it 20?
26.68, but in a few years, it's gonna be close to 30%.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember seeing this same bar graph a few years ago, and we knew we were coming to this year, but then my question is, you know, how much money we have for next year and how it's gonna work in the next 2 or 3 years, and we already have the contract working for 2 more years, so we one more year, so we should be able to know how we're going.
3% next year, right?
Okay, 3% next year and kind of know what is that we're expecting for the next year. That was another of my questions, like this is the first time that we don't see a multi-year projection of what's gonna go.
Oh, the multi-year
This
projection.
isn't the new budget, this is just the interim.
And
the multi-year
I'm
projection
required
is-
to do a multi-year projection with every SACS report.
It's in the book.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, so like, I think we talked about the last time for the first interim, maybe we talked about, you know, like some of the things where, like, cause this is just a snapshot of how we're doing against this year's budget, right?
Correct.
So we're not making any budget decisions for this. It's just approving that
It's the update.
we received the update. I think like, you know, what would be helpful for me is like understanding, like, is there anything in this report, like, that there's new implications of, like, that we're saying like, whoa, trouble's coming for next year, or, you know what I mean? Like, that's the like one, that's like the, I know you do a lot of work contextualizing it and explaining this to us, but I think that's the part where, you know, because we're hearing so much about the budget in Sacramento is changing, we know we're losing one-time money that has been really helpful for the last couple of years.
Sure.
So like, you know, for me, I just don't have a sense of exactly when we hear this new information, you know, how exactly is that sort of affecting us? And maybe it's not gonna affect us till next year, but should we sort of be preparing ourselves and our community for changes, or, you know, because even the one-time money running out, that isn't, the one-time money running out, if we do nothing, we just don't fund those positions anymore. That's not like a board action, we're not like immediately letting go of things, but there might be some of those that we say, those are really valuable.
So I
I
think
know it's part of it,
when
yeah.
you
That's the budget conversation, right?
Yeah, when you hear about cuts that other districts are making, they're getting hit from a couple different angles. So one of them is all those increasing costs that Lori described that we have to be aware of. Others are their declining enrollment, which is causing real decline in revenue for them.
For LCFF.
Right, and then also the essentially flat COLA that they're getting is like less than 1%, something like that. Our revenue projection in this for next year is a pretty conservative 3%. It's probably gonna be,
My guess
you
is
should
5.
definitely put not more than 3% down, but that's kind of worst case, what we think, right?
I say every year, which I'm grateful for, we estimate low and we have always gone over our
Right.
projected
Right.
Yeah.
So when you see a budget deficit, we don't want to be growing the reserve unnecessarily every year unless it's planned. We don't want to be growing it every year. And we have such a reserve that we could spend it down a little bit, that would be okay. If our revenue next year is like 5%, which would actually be pretty realistic, that changes the out years considerably. And then the subsequent year in the multi-year projection, it's 2%, which is what you always should do for a third year. So, but will it be 2%? Like that on average, I forget what our revenue growth is on average, it's more like 5%, something like that, whatever an average year is. So when you see the deficit, it's something to pay attention to, but the fact that we have a good reserve and the fact that it's built on a very conservative revenue projection, we should feel good about it.
I would say it could, based on what Bridget was saying, it could be potentially helpful with the new budget cycle, right? So the new budget approval, this is probably more for Arthur than Lori. It might be helpful to do a little bit of refresh on kind of like basic, like budgeting 101 for board members, right? I think that might be, we haven't done that in a while, and that might be a little bit, well, essentially kind of what we talk about now, but going more in depth, that could be a helpful space as part of the budgeting process.
Well, I think it's just more tied to like, because the budgets, there's so many different programs embedded in different line items and different, like some group, like it seems like, there's several pages of one thing. I mean, like new student nutrition is very clear, or transportation or childcare, like those kinds of things are like, okay, that's 1 or 2 pages, but then there's other things where if you wanted to know how much do we spend, like Cindy Chavez's office was asking, how much does your district spend on mental health and social services? I'm like, well,
Yeah,
I don't know, I'm gonna ask my superintendent because that's like, seems like a really hard number to get.
But then a lot of other people know, they manage that, and they can make decisions about it.
Well, so I mean, anyway.
We can get those answers easily, you just have to ask us.
Yeah.
Give us a couple days.
And then
And you
I asked something, I didn't get the number, that they always put us, well, I suppose we could in 140, just make the calculation, and I tend to do that. But how much do we pretty much spend per kid?
But we have that one. We get that one, don't we get that one every?
Per student
Yes,
expenditure.
expenditure per student, like I know that the states say they were between around 11,000 last year.
Ours is considerably more than that.
And yeah, we should be more.
But it's also tricky,
because
some of
we're
those
not-
metrics aren't actually including all the money that a district has, so like.
We just know, we know some districts spend a lot.
But I'm saying that like, right, if we were just take our full number and divide it by number of students, like you could say that's a per pupil, but that's not probably how everyone is calculating it, they're not including all their money, and so it's actually a hard comparison, because not everyone is counting the same money as per pupil, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so it's for 140 million exactly. And how many students we have this year? 5,000?
5,632.
And that's a good question, do you wanna know enrollment or APA?
Yeah.
So I mean, just use a number for your purposes, but.
4,800.
It's enrollment, I mean, yeah, that's what's crazy.
So
The number you're gonna come up with is
5,636.
not an accurate number.
5,600.
5,632.
That's not including increase.
24,000.
Okay,
But that's not our number. That's not the number that they report out.
Yeah.
I've seen that whole thing for the county. We can
It's
Google
different.
that later.
Yeah.
I can.
Anyway,
Okay.
so if you come up with a list of questions heading into the budget adoption, be sent, like, the sooner you send them, the sooner Arthur will be able to put together, and he's gonna present things differently because he's new, right? So that'll in itself will be just different.
Yeah.
So
Maybe in one of your weekend reports, in the next few weeks, you can remind us to send in any kind of budget stuff we're interested in knowing.
So with our one-time money, I remember that most of that was what kind of measure they wanted us specifically to act that were tied to that one-time money, other than the TOSAs that were new thing.
Sorry, what was
We
the
got
question?
wellness centers, that's not with that one-time money.
No.
Was any specific thing that came packaged as post-pandemic that we are not using anymore?
A lot. That's a long answer.
list.
Yeah.
Okay.
Microphone.
Well, we move to the next item, thank you, and then we need to, approve, we already have. Yes.
Microphone?
I think
There's
it's.
a microphone. You have a motion and a second, but no vote.
Yes, so with that, we, yes, is this mine?
No, no.
Call for the vote.
Okay, my yourself.
Okay.
So it's
Call
not
for the
mine.
vote.
Okay, so, then, if anyone can make a
I think we had a motion, I said, we just.
Yes, I'm calling,
So if you want to vote,
I
please
move that we
say,
approve.
aye.
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 Aye, Nancy?
Aye.
Okay, with that, we have a budget.
Thank you.
And approval of this mid-year budget. So, and now we move to item 10B, acceptance and award of bid site improvement for electronic marquee sign and shade structure project, and that is, again, from our employee of the year, Brand Burns.
It's just testing all of our patience.
I just turned mine off, maybe it was fine.
Sorry, that noise is driving me crazy. Okay, sorry. Item 10B, okay. Acceptance and award of site improvements, electric marquee signs and shade structure projects. So I'm gonna read this verbatim and I'll add some stuff at the end. March 7th, bids were opened and accepted for the site improvements, electric marquee sign and shade structure projects. The scope of the projects includes the installation of digital marquees and the replacement of existing play matting underneath the existing play structures with synthetic turf at San Miguel, Lakewood Elementary, Cumberland, and Columbia. We will also be applying standard and colored asphalt slurry on the blacktop at Columbia Middle School and San Miguel. Lastly, San Miguel will also be receiving a shade structure as part of this project. The big documents require the bidder to be pre-qualified. Unfortunately, the two lowest bidders, 101 Builders as well as Garrett Construction, were not pre-qualified prior to bids opening. Therefore, those bids are non-responsive and should be rejected. Based on the above, the lowest responsive bid was submitted by Bosco Construction Service in the amount of $1.79 million. However, this amount exceeds the budget and we now know we can get a lower price. So district staff recommends rejecting all bids and rebidding the project. This one I'm going to keep there, and then 10C we can talk.
Okay. So, then your ask has changed from the initial agenda, so we are not gonna approve this one.
You need a
because
motion.
I just wanna clarify, that's the motion that we're getting?
Oh, you
The
need
motion
comment
is-
first.
Okay, but
To make a motion, what is our motion?
well, the motion is to vacate the bid.
It's right on the thing here, it
Yes,
says
it's
that.
Yeah, okay, I'm just kidding.
But we should ask public comment first, before we make a motion.
Okay, it's not then, we're not gonna vacate it. Okay, so with that, we move to, do we have any comments from the public?
We have three.
Okay, we have two over there and three of this one, 10B. Okay, and perfect, so please, let's start online first. So let's get the two online comments and then the two on person.
We have Carrie Levin first and then Cynthia Fan.
Okay. So you have 3 minutes and remember that all of this still part of the Brown Act and you only have 2 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me?
Thank you. Start with your affiliation, name and affiliation to the district.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi, greetings. My name is Carrie Levin. I'm a long-term Sunnyvale resident, and I care about our community, and I care about our local habitat. I urge you to oppose installation of artificial turf to replace the play matting underneath the children's playground, and instead recommend the boards approve engineered wood fiber. Engineered wood fiber is safer for children in the long term because it doesn't have chemicals of concern like those found in artificial turf specifically toxic PFAS and other harmful substances. There is no such thing as PFAS-free artificial turf, none whatsoever. Even the president and CEO of Synthetic Turf Council admit to this in a 2022 letter urging Senator Allen to amend the bill AB 1423 from 1 part per million to 100 parts per million PFAS levels by 2026 in artificial turf. What did that tell you? PFAS exists in artificial turf. The artificial turf manufacturing claims are based on one type of test method called targeted analysis that limit the testing of about 35 PFAS substances. Given that there are over 13,000 PFAS substances, such testing cannot be conclusive as they evade low-level sensitive detection limits. This is designed to intentionally mislead a customer like you. The total organic fluorine, TOF, is a non-targeted test method in process of being adopted by the EPA that can accurately detect presence of fluorine regardless of the number of PFAS substances being detected. While the EPA is slow to adopt it, it's a more reliable test and will be the de facto standard in the not too distant future. Since there are lawsuits against such claims, a third-party lab to independently test such, quote, PFAS-free samples using the TOF method, there's a good chance PFAS will in fact show up. Another safety consideration that you need to consider is that engineered wood fiber is a cooler play surface. Artificial turf temperatures are 50 to 70 degrees hotter than air temperature and can burn kids when they fall onto this hot, dangerous surface. Engineered wood fiber cushions better, has good drainage, and is better for the environment. Artificial turf is not recyclable. Trust the science, not the sales pitch. Trust the kids will be better off in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we move to the next online commenter. Please go ahead and start saying your name and district affiliation.
Cynthia Fan.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Cynthia Fan. I am not in your school district, but I'm nearby. And the reason I called is because I went through something similar in my school district, and I wish that they had the benefit of the knowledge that some of the folks speaking tonight already have before them. Based on what we have learned, I am asking you to please not choose to use any synthetic turf or rubberized surfaces on your campuses. With the climate crisis, our heat waves are getting hotter, longer, and more frequent. We not only have a climate crisis, we are facing a plastics crisis and a PFAS crisis. So I urge you to stay away from plastic and rubberized surfaces. Please choose 100% plant source materials like the engineered wood fiber that's been suggested. It is safer for the kids and for the environment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we move to our commenters on site. Thank you for coming tonight. And for this item 10B, we start with Jessica Gerdy. Sorry, it's just
Jureki.
That's a C or?
I know, my handwriting's terrible, I'm sorry.
Jureki. Oh, that's okay. Sorry about that. Jureki. Yes.
I'm left-handed, I had wrist surgery, like, there's just no chance of reading my handwriting.
Go ahead, it's still the same rules. You have 3 minutes. I don't know if I read this at the beginning, I think I did, but the speakers are asked to talk about, well, the name and affiliation and about the topic, and also we would like people to focus on ideas, policies, and values, and remain with the civic discourse. You know that? You will. You're awesome. So please go ahead.
Wow. My name is Jessica Jarecki, and I am still the parent of a Vargas student and a Seminole Middle School student. What I wanted to say is I heard that we're going to be rejecting this proposal and opening a new bid. When you open the new bid, I humbly request that you do not just put in new AstroTurf. I was very excited to hear earlier when Bridget and Zoe were talking about how the plan is to move greener and to not just do what has been done previously, to not have this just be a routine procedure going forward. and especially not wanting to have things be so hot on the playground. And as we know, AstroTurf is incredibly hot. And so if we can move to something that is ADA compliant, like engineered wood fiber, it will just be so much better for our students to play on. And it's fairly simple to install, and it's just gonna be a lot better substance. So I really hope that when you reopen this, if that what you guys seem to be heading towards, please consider not having AstroTurf in the new bids. Thank you.
Thank you. And now for that, we have our next community member, and that will be Andrea Wall. Got it right this time? Yes, okay, thank you. So you have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Andrea Wald. I'm a longtime Sunnyvale resident. I've recently joined a group of like-minded community members. Our group is Community for Natural Place Surfaces. Our mission, we advocate for safe natural place surfaces. We educate public and private stakeholders on the harms of artificial turf and other artificial materials. We strive to increase the amount of grass and natural materials in our playing fields, playgrounds, parks, and towns. I'm deeply concerned about the proliferation of toxic plastic in our children's play areas. Both artificial turf and PIP rubber surfaces, which are sadly commonly used in playgrounds, and are toxic materials and very damaging to their still developing systems. There are newer, much safer materials that can be used as playground surfaces. They are all natural and not harmful to those playing on them, nor the environment. They are called EWF, engineered wood fibers. It's safe, it will protect kids when they fall, and it's ADA compliant. I am urging you to reject the proposal to cover many playground areas in our local Sunnyvale schools with artificial turf. This is not what our children need or deserve. We must do all we can to provide them with safe and healthy playgrounds. Please take a pause and look into EWF. It's much better for our children and the environment. In closing, I have 2 things to say. I keep hearing from well-intentioned individuals that they are going to request PFAS-free artificial turf from vendors. This simply does not exist. Even the Synthetic Turf Council, in a formal letter to California state officials, admitted that they are working to reduce the amount of PFAS in their product. No idea if this is even feasible, but also remember, artificial turf is a petroleum-based product. It's plastic. Simply bad for the environment. And to quote from Tom Mayer, the National Football Players Union's medical director, who believes many Philly football players have died from brain cancer at a higher rate than the general public after playing on artificial turf fields. Our question to those who would put players' health at risk is, if that were your brother, your son, or your father exposed to those chemicals, would you take that risk? For the sake of our children, I hope the answer to that question is no. Final comment. Every parent's unwittingly send their children to play at daycare centers, schools, and parks infested with plastic and tire waste substitutes for living grass and soil, thereby risking their future health. What about them? Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we move to our next guest tonight. And that will be Courtney Johnson, please.
You had me nervous, my card got lost. Okay, can I start? I can start. My name is Courtney Jansen still. I also still have a first grader at San Miguel and one who will start in kinder in the fall. When you reject this contract, I'm asking you to send it back with the request to revise it to include engineered wood fibers instead of artificial turf. Engineered wood fiber is ADA compliant. The installation costs of engineered wood fiber is also lower than the installation costs of artificial turf, so that will help you with your concerns with bids that are over budget. Engineered wood fiber is also the playground material that is recommended by Safe, Healthy Playing Fields and others. Also, to be clear, we're talking engineered wood fiber, not engineered wood chips. There was an ABC News segment this evening. I was on it, and it quoted a district statement today that said that you were planning to use PFAS-free artificial turf. I explained this in my email. A few other people had commented, but I want to repeat that PFAS-free artificial turf does not exist. Even if it did, it's still plastic and we don't need it. I know you have artificial turf manufacturers telling you you can get PFAS-free artificial turf. Don't believe them. There are over 10,000, I think someone said 13,000 different types of PFAS chemicals. No company is testing for all 10,000, 13,000 of those PFAS chemicals. At most, they're testing for 20 to 30. Companies often also use misleading tests, including tests that have high detection limits. So in that case, let's say, for example, I had an artificial turf and it had a PFAS material that was at 95 parts per trillion. If I put that in a test that has a detection limit of 100 parts per trillion, I can say that test will come back and say no PFAS, not because there aren't PFAS, but because the test is not correctly sensitive enough. Additionally, the current EPA recommendations for lifetime health advisory levels for certain PFAS chemicals are extremely low. For example, PFOA is 4 parts per quadrillion, PFOS, 20 parts per quadrillion. In case like me, you don't know what a quadrillion is, that's a 1 with 15 zeros after it. So in other words, no level of these PFAS chemicals is safe. My email to you last week talked about questions you need to ask regarding PFAS-free claims. I'm asking you to please read that and familiarize yourself with those questions. And I'm also asking that when you hear PFAS-free, don't think no PFAS. Think, we haven't detected a small subset of PFAS chemicals. Maybe we're using the wrong tests. Maybe we're just using inappropriate detection level tests. I'm asking you to please go with engineered wood fiber for your contracts and keep artificial turf out of our playgrounds. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, we have Peggy Brewster. Welcome back. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's nice being your guest. Hello, my name is Peggy Brewster. I still have the 3rd grader Bishop and the incoming kinder. They're both asleep, I hope. I'd like you to reconsider the materials used on your playgrounds. So this pertains to 10B and C, and we're talking about it now and not again later, at least not me. Instead of artificial turf, please consider engineered wood fiber. Sunnyvale residents have consistently demonstrated that we do not want AT. Last fall, the city of Sunnyvale proposed installing artificial turf fields at Lakewood Park. Over 300 Sunnyvale residents, including 100 from Lakewood alone, signed a petition opposed to this plan. At the city council meeting, 44 people spoke against artificial turf. 22 of those were from Lakewood Village, and happily that park is going to stay grass. FUHSD voted last month on 6 sports fields at Fremont and Homestead High. Despite the midnight start time of the agenda item, this happened after some mapping things, 28 people spoke out against artificial turf. Many organizations, including Santa Clara County Medical Association, Sierra Club's Loma Prieta chapter, Safe Healthy Playing Fields, Sustainable Silicon Valley, and Public Employees for Environmental Responsibility, wrote letters of support for natural grass, as did Supervisor Otto Lee, Mothers Out Front, Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action 350, Silicon Valley, and others. So for both Lakewood Park and FUHSD, the number of people speaking against AT was 2 to 3 times higher than the number of people speaking in favor of artificial turf. The people speaking in favor of artificial turf wanted the turf for playing sports, and the turf that we're talking about is not for marching bands and football. So that argument doesn't fly in this case. So instead of artificial turf, please consider engineered wood fiber. It's recommended by Safe Healthy Playing Fields and others. It's ADA compliant as confirmed by International Play Equipment Manufacturers Association. I urge you to look into other options that are safe for our children. Thank you.
They started at 10 p.m., not midnight.
Oh, it ended at 1.
It ended at 1 a.m.
We were there.
We won't do that.
Okay. Yeah, we probably wanna stay more. Okay, so is, 8:57, we're very, I think we have time for this. So board now, do we have a motion to start?
I think we did the motion on 10B, right, already?
No, that was.
No.
Oh,
and-
okay.
Yeah. So we have no motion, so we can open discussion about this?
I move that we reject all bids on item 10B and allow the district staff to rebid the project.
I'll second.
Okay, good. Do we have any discussion with this item then? Let's start. Who wants to start? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Alright, we can
Sure. So I just wanna say that I've done a lot of reading in the last probably the last week about artificial turf. And, you know, one of my thoughts is that, you know, I feel really lucky that we have the big fields of grass right next to all of our schools. I think that's when my kids were little and when we bring people over to our house to play with their kids, like, it's always, you know, they always gravitate to the grassy fields, right? And so I think that I'm really glad that that's not what we're discussing. We're not discussing ripping out and doing any of that. I have a couple of experiences that, you know, inform my thinking on this. One is, you know, I'm a cancer survivor, so I try to be pretty conscious. I have gone back to drinking some Diet Coke, but other than that, I try to be pretty healthy, and yes, I ate a bunch of sugar earlier. Thank you, Eileen. But in general, you know, I try to be pretty careful, and I'm conscious about, you know, I'm risk averse, basically. But I also have this experience of putting in the school garden at Cherry Chase as a PTA parent, and we put in this garden. Ethan was like 3 years old, maybe 2.5. Alexei was like 5.5 years old. We cleared out this garden. It was overgrown. It was just a disaster. And we got this group of parents, and we were real excited. And we put in this, you know, raised beds, and we put in a garden pathway. And the conversation around the pathway was, do we use compressed granite in our pathway because we're framing it out and everything? Do we pour concrete? Or do we use like a wood chip thing, wood fiber thing? It wasn't engineered wood fiber, but it was gonna be some form of wood chips. And you know, we're a bunch of, you know, this is like even pre-cancer, but you know, a bunch of excited garden parents. And we want it to be as natural as possible, so we choose the wood chips. And then fast forward to when Ethan is in first grade, or even kindergarten, I think, because he was in kindergarten. And in his entry class for Cherry Chase, 2 little girls, one's in a wheelchair and one's in a walker. And all these kids, we got all these programs going. We didn't read recess, you know, explore the garden. And like, I don't like crying in board meetings, Michelle, but it was just insane because there's those kids and they're literally on the outside of the fence. They cannot access it. And I'm telling you that I will not vote for wood chips or anything that's fluffy underneath this frickin' play structure, because when I was a teacher at Fairwood, there were lots of kids from the special day class who'd go out there and they couldn't climb on the play structure. They just sort of wander around under there and play with it in their own way. So all of this stuff I think is great. I really want to green up our resources. I want to green up our whole area. I want to rip out all the AstroTurf and have everybody play on the lawn and figure out a way that's like greener and make a plan to do it, because you know I love lists and I love plans. So I'd love to have a timeline on like how do we get to a greener environment, you know, where kids can run around wood things instead of all the whatever plastic slides. But I just don't personally. I personally cannot leave out those kids that I left out those years ago. I just can't do it. So that's where I'm at. And I think we asked for whimsical. The district has given us really whimsical play structures. They put the artificial turf that I've seen at Vargas is under a shade area. It's very small. We're not sending kids out to go chew on the grass and like ingest chemicals out there. There's no off-gassing. I guarantee you that the football players, if they're having brain damage, it's very likely that it's from their concussions. I just don't, I just don't feel like it's that scale where I just don't know what the alternative is. If there was some sort of really soft, fluffy wood cotton thing you could put under there, but it's just not, the technology isn't there yet. The solution isn't there. I did Google natural play structures, and what they did was they made, the one I Googled
was they made the play structure itself accessible for children with mobility issues. It would mean really rethinking how we do our playgrounds. So they had the natural wood fiber, and then they had ramps going across it so that everything was accessible for the kids. I would vote for that. I would completely vote for that. I'm one of 5 people on a board, so my voice is not like, I'm not the only vote here, but I would vote for, I know it would be a lot more expensive to do playgrounds that way. I think it'd be pretty fabulous.
Yeah.
But anyway, so that's just where I'm coming from on this. It's really important for the kids to have all our students to have access. We've come a long way in the 17 years since I've built that garden. So,
Aileen?
I also did so much reading about this. I texted people, I called people, I emailed people. Brant gave me a nice Zoom meeting where I could ask lots of questions, and the PFAS was a part of it. But the other thing that was such a big part of it for me was I have a kid who's gonna be crawling soon. And I remember with my older one having to keep him off of rubber surfaces so he didn't burn himself with his chubby little knees. And I know that advances have been made since then, that artificial turf is less hot than rubber, but we don't have the numbers on that. And climate change is only gonna get worse. Like, we're going to have more extreme weather days. We're gonna have them more often, and they're gonna be more extreme. And I asked Brant about this, but most of those structures aren't gonna be shaded. We have had extreme heat conditions in which kids have suffered from that, and it's not gonna get better. I am also the wife of someone who is visually impaired, and it is very difficult for us to navigate structures. In this particular case, with this particular thing where it is a site improvement on existing structures, I agree that there's only so much you can do with the things in place, but I agree with Bridget for the next item for site improvements. If there's a way to redesign structures like that, I would be very supportive. I also wonder if there's a way in which we can do like a mix, like have, for example, the impact areas where we need to prevent fall damage, or the areas with high traffic at the end of a slide, have those areas be accessible, have a ramp going to the stairs or something, so that kids are going to be able to access these areas regardless of their potential mobility issues. But I also think that there is joy in playing with natural materials, even if it's not how the play structure was meant to be used. My kid will make happy tan bark sandcastles and be content doing that. As a person of significant privilege, I think a lot about where do I go, because I have a choice to go on hot days. And where I came to was that I would prefer to take my kids somewhere like Washington Park over Seven Seas, because Seven Seas doesn't have enough shade. It has water, but not everywhere. Someplace like Vasona that has, a creek and has grass and has shade. And those just are so more pleasant to be in hot conditions. But that's not a choice that our kids can make. They have to be at school. They can't get in a car. And that's what I want for the kids, to have that, to not overheat, to not, that's where I am with that.
Nancy?
As an early childhood educator, I have personal experience with dealing with various different types of fall materials. My first concern is to make sure that we're safe. We're also talking about a small fall area. We're not talking about moving all of the area to an artificial turf situation. There are, while I appreciate that there are natural materials available for fall areas, it's not a one and done. It needs constant monitoring. It needs to be replaced. And because they're movable materials, I can tell you that children will use them in their play appropriately and inappropriately. And those objects can cause injury too. So it's a matter of trying to have a really good balance for what we can do for the moment. But I agree that the best practices for NAYC and early childhood is to go with natural, but we need to do something now in order to make our playgrounds safer, because some of them are damaged, and we need to have them safer now and work towards a broader solution, a better solution in the future. I know it is not what people want to hear, instant fix, but I think we need to thoughtfully move forward for a bigger sustainable option that's going to take more time than the timeline that we have currently, because it's going to take more of a redesign than just looking at a specific whole area. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm for making sure that we have materials that are safe and compliant to meet opportunities for freedom of play moving forward in the different areas, but to once again look bigger, broader about having more natural play surfaces and natural space throughout our entire campus.
I have a question. So how much time, Brent, how much time do we have, like, as far as, like, if we wanted to reimagine, like, if we didn't do anything this summer, if we wanted to go for next summer, how much time do we have to, like, reimagine things or to look for a broader approach for these improvement areas?
So I'm gonna answer your question, I think, so let me know if I do. We've been putting Band-Aids on the existing play matting tiles for well over a year now. These tiles are to the point where replacing them is extremely important to the safety of the kids using them. I will say that. I guess I'm gonna leave it there. In regards to timeline on down the road.
So if we replace stuff with artificial turf or wood fiber or whatever we do, if it's artificial turf, is that an 8-year solution? And the wood, or is it the wood fiber that's the 8-year solution? Are they both 8 years?
All about the same time.
Yeah,
I have a tag-on question. When the Fremont Union High School District replaced their fields, one of the reasons that they declined to replace them with natural grass, their existing artificial turf with grass, was that they said that the barrier to that, the cost of like tearing everything up would be too great. If we do artificial turf now, and then at some, that I'm under the impression that's not reversible. Is that true?
I think what you're talking about is a separate space, right? Because those are huge fields and they'd have to be replaced with, like, they had regular grass.
Yeah.
They went to artificial grass, going back to regular grass. Right. This is underneath it, so this isn't a space that we would ever put regular grass at, because that's not a right.
I realize, but but there's multiple layers to the artificial turf, and I'm wondering how difficult it would be if we decided at some later point that we don't want artificial turf anymore.
Yeah, so fortunately for construction, any construction, generally it's reversible. You can rip it out, just like anything else. I'll say it's not the.
Okay.
Yeah, just leave it there, you can rip it out.
Yes. So this is one of those things about which experts you wanna throw your dice out. And we got a lot of experts' opinions from every side. And we also get, and I think it's a very valuable one, from our licensed architect, which is a consultant we pay. And she is also a licensed LEED certified advisor and architect. She's lead AP. So Mariana from the Mariana Alvarez Parga said from her office, she has specified a product that complies with the yet to be passed AB 1423, which required a manufacturer to remove all regulated PFAS. She explained that the concerns about potential public health harm due to PFAS are based on all synthetic turf applications, and the technology for processing the textiles has evolved with the past few years, and the preparation of the bill resulting in a current market that offers several products complying with these regulations. As an extra layer of ensuring the safe building materials are used, the architect, who is a LEED certified architect, had specified the requirement for contractors to submit the product with the data sheets and lab tests showing such compliance. And you had more comments about this?
I was gonna say, we're talking about Mariana. Mariana has joined us. If we have any questions that we would like to ask her specifically about this.
Allow her to talk.
Huh?
Should I allow her to talk?
Oh, yes, yes, please, go ahead, Mariana.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, hi, thanks for having me. I appreciate all the comments. Yes, I am a licensed architect. I am LEED certified, and I'm also a mother, so I can relate with all the concerns. So I think the key issue here is all the things that we need to balance, as it was said previously. And the things that I need to balance as an architect is that I need to follow the requirements of the code. I need to follow what the US Access Board determines, and that is again for accessibility and inclusivity for having access to these playgrounds. I have to have everything that we do, and believe me, I am dealing with safety data sheets for every single building material, because as you can understand, there are chemicals added to everything in our lives, right? And the issue with the PFAS, can you hear me well? I can hear some echo.
You're very clear.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So unfortunately, the PFAS are chemicals, are man-made chemicals, and they've been around for a long time, and they have made their ways into our air, our water, and our soil. But the technology has changed so much that the manufacturing of products have reduced these chemicals that have been added. So we've done a lot of research. I have newsletter coming from Building Green, articles from USGBC, and the issue that is happening is that sometimes a product, even though a manufacturer has eliminated from their process the use of those man-made chemicals, after the product is installed, if there's a presence of that, is because of it has been contaminated from from other things. And those other things sometimes are even, unfortunately, in food packaging, in makeup, in pesticides and herbicides. So there is true in that there is no PFAS-free product, but these have been reduced significantly. And for what we need to do in playgrounds, where I need to assure that we have a stable material, smooth, impact attenuating surface, the best choice at this point is what we have from my experience is artificial turf is giving the best solution for what we need to do. Unfortunately, the US Access Board is not accepting the wood fibers because it doesn't provide that smooth surface for that accessibility. It requires to have a binder in it, so that is basically glue, to provide that stable surface. And that's something that it has to be done at the site as if they're mixing with a mortar mixer. And it cannot be done like for more than an hour to ensure, you know, the workability and that it binds the fibers properly. And there are concerns when they use the mortar mixer, they wax that with a product that we don't know if that itself has chemicals that are not acceptable or have VOCs, the binders themselves. So there's no perfect answer right now. And I want to go back to the term balance. Their technology has changed a lot. Most of that chemicals that were added, I said, was in the production process, which is like a lubricant to the equipment that they use to extrude the blades of the artificial turf. I'm talking about the hairs, right? So that has been eliminated, and I don't have any information from AstroTurf, which is one of the manufacturers. There's two that we are specifying that have explained their process, and they have tested the process, and they use raw materials that do not contain PFAS, and that they don't use that in those equipment, as they're saying, in their process. So from what we can get, we can choose these materials, again, that have changed their technologies to comply to the AB 1423. And that bill, actually, it's not, I think they understand what, how PFAS are working, because there's not such thing as no PFAS, but the bill reads that they're prohibiting any product that intentionally has added PFAS. So that is what's reducing a lot, and California is moving towards safer materials. And I'm talking about anything in buildings. But again, when we need to comply with the playgrounds for safety, for fall protection, for accessibility, the options that are complying with that are the artificial turf and the pour-in-place rubberized surface. And the rubberized surface, as it was mentioned, from my experience and what we've been specifying, it could have more heat than the artificial turf. And same thing, because it's pour-in-place, the binders that are used in those and the waxing of the mixer at the time, there's no testing of that for doing that. And we have tried to do the loose wood fibers in playgrounds, but the Division of State Architect, even though they cannot say we're not approving it, they're actually not approving them, because being loose, it doesn't provide that smooth surface. And they have asked us to create paths onto the play components of the structure that has made us, they have requested us to do that. And that requires another concrete curb to separate the wood chips from the smooth material. Sometimes it's that rubberized surface, and it's creating even more hazard, right? Because as a kid playing in that area, they can fall from the loose fibers onto that concrete curb that is in the middle of that play box. So considering all these things, and again, going back to balance, that is our recommendation, that, you know, for everything we need to accomplish, there's no perfect solution, but the artificial turf provides everything we need to have compliant play structures and areas.
So I have a few questions. First, a few years ago, LEED and Green Points were giving points and stars for.
So could I do a quick time check? I think we're gonna need to extend our 9:30.
Yes. Yes, so.
Can I make a motion that we extend our meeting time by 15 minutes to 9:45?
I think we should make it till 10.
Okay.
And then if we don't need it, then we don't use it.
Okay.
You make it till
Okay,
10.
you made a
Till 10,
motion?
I'll make it to 10.
A second.
Okay, everybody say aye if you are inclined to.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so with that, we extend at least until 10.
Can I also, I haven't been able to talk yet, is it okay if I share some thoughts and then ask questions?
I asked you before, you didn't want to.
Oh, I didn't say no, I just was waiting, like everyone's going and. So anyways, I appreciate like what I was gonna say, I think the architects say it way better, right? That this idea there's these competing, right? We have these competing things we have to deal with, right? So I'm someone who is trying to like use less plastic in my life and understand that space, but then there's all these other pieces. So I think she articulated really great, so I don't really need to go into that space, but I think that space of competing balance. And then I think, like going to this idea, like Bridget kind of said it earlier, and then here too, right? The space of like, maybe we want to have like a broader conversation about environmental things, right? Like, so one example, if we're really caring about chemicals that our kids are like ingesting, then I don't want to like throw, this is like throwing food service under the bus, but like, that's probably the space that we are actually, I mean, like a water, like plastic water bottles, right? Like, I haven't used one of those probably in years, you know? So like, there are lots of other things if we are truly concerned about this, that I think probably we can make some other changes in the district that actually would make a bigger difference in the health of our kids. So that's just like a broader space of conversation. Like I think that would be a fascinating conversation. Like if we want to dig into this, there's like the green space, but there's also there's some of the chemicals and plastics and what are they doing to our bodies. And anyways, so just, I would be interested in that broader conversation at a later date. But I think in this space, I support like the motions on the table.
So as we have Mariana here, Mariana, so we years ago, Green Points and LEED were giving extra points for artificial turf. But then they didn't lower the heat island effect. And now Brand is talking about using EnviroFill, which apparently it does, and is pretty much, I think, silica, and is more sustainable, and is supposed to lower the heat island effect, which I'm very worried here, and it doesn't have at least the amount of emissions. So I wrote to both institutions. USGBC didn't answer, but then Green Points, Build It Green say that they do not have a problem with it. They are not giving points anymore because they are moving towards recyclable items, and this is not, they still haven't figured out how to recycle this or how to say, but they don't have any issue with the particular product. But what about LEED, as you are as LEED certified, what is their position? And if you were building this with a LEED intention, will this pass with green intention? And this is, again, is for this use in particular that is under the playgrounds, not changing the wall into this, just those little parts.
Yes, that's a good question. There is no specific definition for the use. The USGBC, they don't say do not use this. They basically ask, it has to do with areas, right? Like what percentage are you using for certain sustainable strategies versus areas that you cannot, right? Where do we have pervious surfaces and where they are impervious, right? So there's actually no guidelines saying no, or even there are no list of approved or prohibited materials as it comes to synthetic turf. And I think it has to do because honestly, when we're talking about these off-gassing materials, the concern is when they are indoors, right? So that's why there's a big push for limiting the contents of VOC, the volatile organic compounds. Being outside, I haven't seen either in the USGBC or in the Building Green list any testing for these materials. And I think it has to do because, again, there's no perfect solution, but there's no one way or the other of telling us not to. I hope that I answered the question.
And Brian, you were gonna say something about the EnviroFill?
No, I just heard you say, Brand was talking about EnviroFill, so I came up here because I thought I was gonna address one, but there was no question, so I walked away.
So I can clarify that. So the EnviroFill is the material. So the synthetic turf has 3 parts, right? The cushion layer down below that is not in contact with the user. Then is the fabric that basically is the grass blades. And then there's the infill. The infill is what's put on top of basically that carpet to keep the blades, like the grass up, and also to keep that fabric in place. The technology has changed a lot, and actually I think faster than regulations are going on. So the current products are heavier and it requires less infill. The problem with the older generation of artificial turf is that they the infill that they were using were also a byproduct of or recycled tires. And that is what was retaining a lot of the heat. So right now there's alternates to that and not put those pulverized recycled tires. There's many other options for keeping the grass down, the blades down. And one of them is the EnviroFill. There's other ones that are made of recycled, like seashells. There are other ones that are made from, there's a variety of alternates that not only is a thinner layer, but also retain the heat less. So that's what we're specifying. We have 2 options of them that, again, we have talked to not only manufacturers, but actually a contractor. So contractor builds anything outside, and he has explained to us this issue about what he's learned about the fabrication, and that there's no added chemicals to this. So there are several options, and we found that the EnviroFill was a good alternative for that infill. That is what's above the carpet or the turf.
Sure.
I just wanted to say one more thing. When my kids were little and they were at Churches, there was also a kid who fell off of the play structure and landed on another kid and broke that kid's femur or something, broke his leg really bad. I remember it was horrible, and that kid missed all of 3rd grade, and he was in traction, and I think he didn't have insurance, and it was a super terrible, horrible deal. And so I'm all for padding under play structures. I think it's super important. And, and I just, like Eileen was saying, about eventually moving to inclusive, really a seriously accessible play structure at each of our sites, having at least one at each school would be the dream. So, I think it's a 2-part conversation for sure. And I love Michelle's idea. I just wanted to say, I want to talk about other stuff too. So that sounds fun.
Sure. The letter that was included in packet review was not the one from October of 2023. And the other thing that bothered me about that letter was that the specific vendor, 10K, didn't have a press release about having PFAS-free materials until January of 2024. So I'm really wondering about the dating here, if they actually do have PFAS-free material. I don't know what that means. I would like the district to do independent testing of the material that we are going to install. I'm pretty sure there are labs that will do that within specifications. I have a specific worry about the schools that we have that are the closest to the bay. Lakewood and Fairwood are directly south of the bay. In conversation with some of our other school board colleagues, I'm under the impression that the State Water Board may move forward with potential lawsuits for PFAS contamination of water from large areas. I realize we're not these aren't large areas we're talking about, but for specifically those schools that are very close to the southern end of the bay, I want to minimize that if it sounds like we're going to go in that direction. I'm worried somewhat that even if the manufacturing standards for these things have changed, the lots that we get won't have been produced after those manufacturing standards are changed. So I really want to make sure that the things that we're putting in are meeting the standards that are being advertised.
Yeah. And a lot of those might not be from our little playgrounds.
I know, but if we like, before we put it in,
Let's be sure.
snip it off
That's what you're saying.
and send
Make
it,
sure that it's not out.
right, yeah, because it's
Recycle.
really hard to get that PFAS out of the water once it's in. And with the extreme weather conditions, or if we get like a few more atmospheric rivers, that's a very short trip to the bay.
Yeah, and I'm sure that in the other bills, you put it in that this year we're gonna have some contracts, although I don't think it's this contract in particular of putting new carpets and all that. Those are indoor, have a way more effective, and those are green materials and green carpet and binders and everything, the glue and everything is green.
Approved and safe to be installed in classrooms as code is currently written.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, the greenest option with no VOCs and all that.
Correct.
Oh, I have another one about the exposure of the artificial turf during high heat conditions, like very hot days. Do we have any data on that? I'm under the impression that PFASs, particularly when you heat them, like in cooking on pans and stuff, that's when they're released. Is that, do we have data on?
Aren't those really high temperatures?
Yeah, like they're really high temperatures, but
Yeah.
they'll be out in the sun for like years. Like, do we have data on those conditions of these toxic chemical releases over the course of the lifetime of the turf?
I can circle back with you. So the ask is data on lifetime of synthetic turf.
It's essentially, right, so I think we're just getting at the same idea, right, so like plastic, like I've switched from plastic to like glass at home, right? Because learning that like, if you heat up a plastic, like your leftovers in a plastic Tupperware in the microwave, then all those bad chemicals leach into the food that you're eating. So I think that's what she's referring to. So the question is, if there are PFAs in the turf as it heats in the sun, do you get a similar effect as that microwave problem? Where it then is not just leaching the food, but is it leaching into the air or whatever else? Yeah, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's on the one hand encouraging that this technology is improving, but on the other hand, difficult to make this decision now because it's potentially going to be improved significantly tomorrow or a few months from now or a few months after we install it. Where in fact, we have already committed to this product for a decade and the manufacturer isn't gonna tell us, no, wait a few months.
Then, and again, yeah, what part of the plastic also we're getting closer or the products because this table has plastic in it.
Right.
Binding that.
I think it gets down to, right, like we all agree
And
that
this
plastic
one.
is not great, but we have to balance all these other factors.
Yeah, I mean, and where are we putting it and where is exactly, and it's in construction everywhere and it's not just plastic. We have all these things and I'm very worried also about the heat effect, the island heat effect on the asphalt and the big black tops that really worry me more. And then more shading structures as much as we can.
I made a note on that one.
Yes. Okay, so with this, then I think we don't have anything, oh yes, this is, huh?
We have to vote, right?
There is a vote for B, but we already
You haven't voted yet, you need to vote on this.
rejecting this?
We have to
Just
vote
call
to.
for the- just-
Okay, and so the motion was to reject, which is not really, I read it 3 times and it's not really how it's written down. So we're gonna change what is written down, and we are rejecting it.
That's what it says.
That's what it
What's the
says
recommendation?
in the assembly.
Okay,
all bids.
yes, they are sent, yeah, but written down, it
It
says.
says reject all bids and allow district staff to review the project.
Very bottom, I recommend, to be rejected,
Yeah.
okay, now it says.
That's the
Okay.
motion.
And then, so in this one, we are approving your rejection, so,
Just have to ask for the vote.
so when we say aye, we say aye for this, particular rejection. So everybody says aye, you are in pencil?
Aye.
With that, we pass, not to pass, but we pass. And then we move to C, which is sister of the other one, but this one is the acceptance and award bid of the site improvement in multiple campus. Thank you for coming back.
Of course. Okay, so I'll truncate this description and say that on March 7th, we received bids and opened them in regards to the award of multiple site improvements, those sites being Fairwood, Vargas, Bishop, and Cumberland. We received 6 bids. We are recommending to the Board of Education that they accept receipt of the lowest responsible bidder, being Silicon Valley Paving, and deem that 101 Builders and Guerra Construction be thrown out as non-responsive.
Okay, so do we have comments on this particular item 10C? We have 3 online. Okay, let's go ahead online.
You gotta move quick.
Please.
And it has to be different comments than what was made earlier.
What?
We just need to go quick.
Yes, please, 3 more comments from the public.
Actually now 2. D. Wolk, followed by Susan Hinton.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Please start stating your relationship with the district and name, please.
Good evening. I'm Diane Wolke. I'm on the board of directors for Safe Healthy Playing Fields, a national nonprofit. And I'd like to speak to the fact that all synthetic turf has PFAS. It's not a matter of whether it's indoors or outdoors. It all has PFAS. It all leaches PFAS as well as other chemicals that are found in plastics. These are especially harmful to children who have developmental windows. It leads to all types of health concerns, not just as young children, but even later. Cancers usually have a long latency period, but the incidence of cancer in children is increasing rapidly. I'd also like to speak to the loose wood fiber, the EFW fibers that can be used. You need to know that the Americans with Disabilities Act does not speak to surfacing. It speaks to access. And loose wood fiber is an acceptable surfacing. You should know that. Used tire crumb surfacing is not. It's got over 350 chemicals that are toxic and carcinogenic and have no business being under the feet of our children. I also wanted to speak to the EnviroFill issue. It is plastic coated silica sand. So not only are you adding hundreds and hundreds of pounds of microplastic, broken synthetic turf blades and backing and shock pad to the environment, this EnviroFill would also add plastic coated silica sand. Silica sand has been on the California Proposition 65 list since 1988 because of its carcinogenicity. As these fields are played on, kids are grinding these surfaces down with friction, and they're releasing the silica sand, which they're then inhaling. They're smaller, but in stature, they're lower to the surface. These surfaces get extremely hot. I personally have measured surfaces at 187 degrees. Others have measured them at over 200 degrees for synthetic turf. And used tire crumb surfacing, or the PIP pour in place, exceeds that. These surfaces are always hotter than asphalt. I urge you to not use any synthetic surfacing. Legislation in California and regulation is moving away from these surfaces. You put them in today, you're not going to be able to replace them when they're due to be replaced. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks. So the next person online, please.
So we have 2 more, Susan Hinton, followed by Cynthia Fan.
Okay, don't add any more.
Okay,
We have
yes.
to, because we have another action item that we have to get done before 10 o'clock.
Okay, so do you want us to?
Well, just go.
Okay, so the next person online?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, I'm Susan Hinton, and I'm here as a member of the Sierra Club Loma Prieta Chapter's Plastic Pollution Prevention Committee. There's so many things that were discussed that need to be rectified. First of all, AB 1423 is no more. It was vetoed by Governor Newsom. so there's no point in talking about it. This year, there's SB 903, which is broader in scope. It essentially wants to remove PFAS from all sorts of products, not just from artificial turf. So you really need to look at SB 903. Also, wood fiber is not wood chipped. That was mentioned earlier by several people. Wood chips and wood fiber are different surfaces. Wood chips are bigger, clunkier. Natural play-based playgrounds can have different surfaces. They don't need a uniform surface. So you could have a combination of crushed granite and a boardwalk and wood fiber. You don't necessarily need to stick to one thing. Different people have mobility on different surfaces. You could satisfy everyone's needs. You do not need to go to artificial turf. I have myself purchased a certified calibrated infrared thermometer, and on Fair Oak artificial turf fields, when the air temperature was 78 degrees, I measured the surface at 152 degrees Fahrenheit. That's quite hot. I would not want my young child on a surface that hot out in the sun on a swing. Also, artificial turf gets compacted. That is to say, the infill gets compacted and it becomes hard. I would not want somebody falling off the swing onto a compacted artificial turf field. Artificial turf is made from polyethylene. It's made from linear low density polyethylene and polypropylene. Polyethylene in its form is a clear, squishy plastic. In order to make it artificial turf, you have to add colorants and conditioners. That's where PFAS comes in. Even if you remove PFAS, you still need something to make it less flammable. It's also considered to be flammable in its natural state because its melting temperature is the same as a kitchen match. So you need extra stuff added, and you need independent testing to tell you what that is. There are cheaper, easier to care for, cooler, fully biodegradable alternatives. You should go talk to other architects. Thank you very much.
Okay, next.
The last one is Cynthia Fan.
Okay, please go ahead.
Hi again, my name is Cynthia Fan. I'm a parent of children in a neighboring school district that had a really disappointing experience with what our school district did. They went and installed synthetic turf in the courtyards. The first thing I can tell you is a lot of people think the heat of synthetic turf comes from the infill, because for a long time, synthetic turf fields were infilled with crumbled tires, in other words, black rubber crumbs. So industry started selling what they call cooler infills. Cooler is a very deceptive term. Cooler is not cool. I took an infrared heat gun onto a local synthetic turf field with cooler infill. It was cork crumbs. It was 170 degrees Fahrenheit in the spring, not the summer, in the spring. And they had a natural grass field right adjacent to it. And I took the temperature there at the same time. That was only 90 degrees. The difference between 170 degrees and 90 degrees, that's crazy. So cooler infill did not work. Now going back to my son's school, the courtyards in the synthetic turf there, they get hot, and they didn't get any infill. They chose, there's varieties of synthetic turf that don't take any infill. That's what they picked. It still gets hot. Not counting our grass playing fields, the entire rest of my son's elementary school campus is high heat surfaces, blacktop, synthetic turf, rubberized surfaces. And when I do yard duty in August and September, you can see the heat coming off the surfaces. The other thing I can say is after our school district installed the synthetic turf in the courtyards, they had to decide what they were going to do with the athletic fields. And after the community was informed about this, the district ran a survey and nearly 80% of the parents voted for natural grass. Regarding PFAS, the head of the Synthetic Turf Council, which is an organization that represents the industry, testified at the hearing for AB 1423 last year that the industry needs more time to bring PFAS down to the levels at which the bill was going to regulate them. The state is concerned enough about PFAS and artificial turf that later this year, Department of Toxic Substances Control will be doing a workshop about it. I also want to alert you that 10 days ago, the Center for Environmental Health, which I think is in Oakland, sent legal notices to Home Depot and Lowe's for selling artificial turf found to contain high levels of PFAS. They say that Home Depot and Lowe's failed to warn its customers of potential exposure as required under Prop 65. Independent testing they commissioned found alarmingly high levels of PFAS, and they advise if you touch it, wash your hands thoroughly with soap and water, limit your exposure. If you have children, limit playtime on the turf and ensure your hands and other body parts do not touch your mouths. I want to talk about engineered wood fiber. Wood chips are not ADA compliant because wheelchair wheels and crutches can't get traction on them, but engineered wood fiber is not wood chips. EWF knits together. It is compliant with ADA. There's no perfect solution, but I ask that you not use plastic turf or rubberized surfaces. If you choose to.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. And that was it online, isn't it? Okay, so we have three people still here that also are gonna talk about that. But due to time and unless you have something particular new, we're gonna give you 1 minute instead of 3.
How much?
One.
We
One.
have 2, please.
We need to finish the meeting by 10 o'clock and we have another action item and the consent agenda.
Items, yes.
This is a really important decision for our kids.
Start talking then.
Yes, okay, so we have a minute. So we're gonna start by Peggy? Oh, no, we're gonna start by Andrea Wall. Or Courtney, you want to ask Andrea Wall, yes.
In my earlier speech, I mentioned the letter from the Synthetic Turf Council. Now I'd like to share specific details. It was written by Melanie Taylor, the CEO of Synthetic Turf Council, which is a lobby group for the artificial turf industry, and addressed to Senator Ben Allen on the Environmental Quality Committee regarding a proposed ban on artificial turf that contains PFAS. The letter in June 23, when the California State Legislature was proposing AB 1423 to ban artificial turf. The letter stated, the bill is a ban on the sale of artificial turf containing intentionally added PFAS on January 1, 2024 to certain public entities, and by January 1, 2025 for all sales in California. These dates do not provide enough time for the manufacturer and suppliers to develop viable alternatives to the marketplace. In other words, if the bill had passed, artificial turf would not be able to be sold in California because it's all manufactured with PFAS. In school, we teach our kids to look at the facts when making a decision. Now is a great time for the board to demonstrate the lessons in real life. The facts are clear. PFAS-free artificial turf does not exist. Please reject the contracts and require they're done with natural materials. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a minute. I'm gonna ask you to split it up. So you're not sure, let's do engineered wood fiber at some schools, and you can do something else at other schools. I do want to highlight researchers at the Toxic Use Reduction Institute at University of Massachusetts say engineered wood fiber is better for playgrounds. National Center for Health Research also recommends engineered wood fiber for playgrounds. You already heard from someone from Safe and Healthy Playing Fields, also engineered wood fiber for playgrounds. Special Needs Playground Equipment Online. Engineered wood fiber is, when compressed, produces a surface that is wheelchair accessible and ADA compliant. Specialized Playgrounds. Engineered wood fiber offers a playground surface compliant with accessibility standards. This advantage highlights its capabilities for wheelchair accessibility. Bridget, your story sucks, right? We want to include everyone. You can have everyone included with engineered wood fiber without having to go to artificial turf. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so before we move to the next, and do you wanna vote for 10 more minutes after 10, or we try to finish at 10, and if it didn't happen?
By the bylaw, you can only extend it one time.
Okay, then we'll tell what we have to do the next 2 weeks. So let's try to do the next one. Oh, yeah, we need to vote on this one.
To vote on what we just talked about.
Yes, so do we have a motion on this particular item in C?
Do I need to read out the whole long recommendation? It's recommended, or I move the Board of Education reject the receipt of bids from 101 Builders and
This is C.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes,
And
Garrett.
can I say Gara Construction Group as non-responsive and accept receipt of all other bids and award the contract to the lowest responsive and responsible conforming bid from Silicon Valley Paving and grant authorization to execute the agreements relative to the site improvements, multiple campuses, including Bishop Elementary, Fairwood Elementary, and Vargas Elementary.
Okay, we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, okay, do we want to start discussion about this, board?
I think everybody,
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I think everybody said what they needed to say about the artificial turf versus other alternatives.
Okay, so still, we have here Brand and our consultant, expert, do we have more questions to any of them?
I think as long as we, you know, it sounds like the board is consensus that we wanna come back and have a discussion about outdoor play spaces in the future. I'm ready to vote.
Sorry, the thing was, we have,
To
we wanna have
have
a
a discussion about like, you know, how we want to, like how we wanna make healthier playgrounds and healthier play spaces
in the future,
over the next several
over the next
years.
several years, and we have that
Make a
got
plan.
projected today.
Yeah.
So this is only half of them. And, okay, so everyone who is, who wants to approve the motion as it is, I think we're ready to vote, please say aye.
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 And free.
You
Okay.
so just vote
Nay.
no.
Nay.
Nay,
Yes.
okay, we have 4 ayes and 1 nay, and with that, it passed. Thank you, Mariana, for your work, and thank you, Brad. We move to the next item, which is the approval of the chief business officer's employment contract and salary schedule.
It's the verbal first.
Oh, sorry, verbal summary of compensation of package offered to the chief business officer, and for that we have Dr. Gallagher.
Okay, so this is the moment, at least Arthur's been waiting for.
Sorry, Arthur.
So, no, thank you.
Thank you, Arthur.
So as you know, we do a verbal summary first and we actually take action. So I'm gonna read a whole bunch because we do this just as transparently as possible. The chief business officer salary will be a base salary of $275,000 for the 23-24 school year and $283,250 for the 24-25 school year. The contract includes a one-step increment each year of the contract. The one-step increment shall be equal to 3% of the base salary during the prior contract year. An annual cell phone stipend will be $600. The chief business officer is required to possess and maintain an automobile to be used for travel and the performance of his regular assigned duties throughout the district and the county of Santa Clara, for which he will receive a flat monthly car allowance of $535. The chief business officer shall be eligible to participate, but is not required to participate at his own expense in the insurance plans, medical, dental, vision, made by the board to district employees pursuant to section 2219.2B3 of the Education Code and section 125 of the IRS Code. The CBO will receive a full paid term life insurance with a benefit amount of $100,000. The district shall pay the annual dues or fees for a total of 2 associations, state or national, to which the chief business officer belongs for purposes related to his duties as chief business officer, and 1 local service or community club as approved by the superintendent. And there's no action on this.
No action on this one, and what is recommending at the bottom to approve the contract? Okay, and then this is the next one, which is 10E, which is the approval of the chief business officer's employment contract and salary schedule.
So yeah, this is the item where you actually vote to approve the contract.
Okay, so board, do we have a motion? Is there any public comment on these particular two items, 10D and E? Okay, with that,
I move approval of the chief business officer employment contract and salary schedule as presented.
I'll second that.
Nancy seconds it.
okay, so can we get a vote, everybody who is, do we have any comments with that from the
Thanks
board?
for sticking with us.
Thank you. It's not
Welcome.
usually this long.
Yeah, it could be though.
It could be.
Just when he's here.
Good, with that, we have a vote. Everybody who is, who wants to approve it, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay, that is passed.
Welcome aboard.
And now we can get the consent agenda items. With this, any item on the agenda is subject to review and discussion prior to being approved by the board. If necessary,
Maybe you can
anything
just
may be
ask for
removed
public
or
comment.
separated for action. So the public may address the board regarding any items on the consent agenda. If we have any comments about this item 11, please say now. Seeing none, then we move forward. Any motion to
I
approve?
move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay,
second.
second?
Nancy seconds.
Perfect, do we want to vote on it? Please say aye if there are no comments.
Aye.
Aye, okay, with that, we approve the agenda, the consent agenda items. And so the next item will be the future meetings, and before this, I wanted to say thank you to our wonderful translators and thank you for being here, giving such an important service to a big part of our community who will come back and see you doing your wonderful work. And now, the next meeting will be on April 4, 2024 at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Good job, guys.
Thank you, Lori, for your
Thank you,
service.
good night.
Everybody, please RSVP for our thingy Thursday.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, the SEF showcase.